क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. "17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies at the spot." Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching huts. 3 different incidents, violence reported in last 24 hours. Two more Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasan expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Iran meanwhile rejects US proposal on ending war, says will end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Hello and welcome. You watching Live Report with me, Shavan Sen, the show that sets the agenda for the day. This afternoon, we are starting with the big story that we are tracking very closely, a Republic exclusive. Details of the trial that has taken place in United Kingdom. This is pertaining to fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi. In fact, earlier too, remember, his extradition plea was accepted by the UK courts. His appeals have been rejected in the past, but despite that, numerous attempts have been made by fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi, hoping that he would get some sort of a relief from the UK court. This was the last appeal that he has now made before the UK High Court, reopening the extradition case. On your screens right now, we're going to take you through the quick points coming in. The big takeaways from the 18-page Nirav Modi judgment that has come in from the UK court, which has basically rejected Modi's plea to reopen the case. I'm going to quickly take you through the 18-page judgment copy before we go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. In fact, this is yet another attempt that has been made by Nirav Modi to open up the case, hoping that there would be some sort of a response. Now, some assurances that have been made by the Indian authorities. Number one is that CBI, nor the ED, is basically empowered under the Indian law to interrogate Nirav Modi after he is extradited in connection with the offences for which he is being extradited. That's assurance number one. Assurance number two, in any event, there is no intention or need to interrogate Nirav Modi because these cases are already ready to proceed to trial. The third is that he will not be interrogated by the ED in relation to the matters for which extradition has been sought for, or in relation to any other allegations or proceedings. Now, as far as the conclusions are concerned, this is what the UK High Court had to say. The assurances have been given by an official within the Ministry of Home Affairs that's competent to bind the Government of India as well as the state of Maharashtra and the 5 investigative agencies. India, as far as these assurances are concerned, they are cognizable at a diplomatic level, because the consequences of any breach would be extremely damaging to the relationship of the mutual trust between India and the United Kingdom. And this is the most important aspect, where they are saying we do not consider that we need to resolve the issue of whether the video conferencing facilities at Arthur Road Prison are of sufficient quality for Mr. Modi to attend his trial remotely. It is obviously desirable that he attends in person, and we do not think that there is any real risk of torture or other ill treatment during the course of the journey in Mumbai from the prison to the trial court. It is not necessary to reopen this appeal in order to avoid real injustice, and the circumstances are not exceptional so as to make it appropriate to reopen it. And on that basis, remember, his plea has now been rejected. I'm holding the 18-page judgment with me right now. This is the judgment that has been passed by the Westminster Court in London, in which they've categorically said that the assurances that have been given by the Indian government to begin with and the Indian investigative agencies are abundantly clear, and there is absolutely no reason to believe that if at all he is basically extradited, then he would essentially be tortured. Now, this particular judgment makes it abundantly clear that all these claims that have been made by Nirav Modi has now been completely rejected. Let me go across to my colleague Sarthak, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Sarthak, in terms of legal options available before fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi, it does appear that it has all now perhaps been completely eliminated. There are no options basically available before Nirav Modi. Is there anything more that you're picking up in terms of whether at all he is going to go the same route adopted by Vijay Mallya?
Well, Shravan, at this point, it seems like he does not have too many remedies or too many options at his disposal. All the legal remedies that he could have tried and seeking just to find any solution to his situation, it seems like he's not left with any of those remedies. The UK court has dismissed his yet another petition. This was not the first petition that he had filed before the court seeking any solution to his situation, but it seems like he is left with no other option at this point. Just to brush up the memory of the viewers, the Nirav Modi is under the controversy for being involved in a fraud linked to the Punjab National Bank case where the amount is nearly 6,500 crores. The fraud amount is nearly 6,500 crores, where Nirav Modi and his associates got unauthorized letters of undertaking through corrupt bank officials at PNB, and then they used these letters of undertakings to obtain huge loans from overseas banks. And when the repayment time came, all the loss had to be bear by PNB. Now, after that, CBI and ED filed their respective cases against Nirav Modi and associates, and before the entire controversy surfaced publicly, he fled India, and then in March 2019 he was taken into custody in London by UK authorities. India formally requested for his extradition back to the country, and a case was also filed in the UK court. The UK court also identified that there was a prima facie case of fraud, and India and Indian courts were competent to try him, and therefore an order was passed to extradite him India as early as possible. Then there were attempts made by Nirav Modi to linger on and delay the entire matter, where he kept on filing petitions after petitions, and every petition of his was rejected by UK courts, saying that there was a prima facie case. And this time around, the UK court has passed a similar order, where they have said that there is no extraordinary circumstances which could justify his petition. Just to bring this across the viewers, that he tried taking the defense of a Bhandari judgment that was passed by UK court last year in 2025, where they had allowed the accused to go against the extradition order, where he said that he will be ill-treated in India, and all the arguments that were put on record, the court considered that. But this time with Nirav Modi, the court said that there is no extraordinary circumstance in his case, and there is no reason to believe that there is a strong enough merit in his case, and henceforth the court has decided to pass an order of his extradition back to India as early as possible. And it seems like the CBI and ED at this point may try to bring him back to India as early as possible and put him under trial. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Sarthak, for getting us the latest details. A story that we'll be tracking very closely. Very surprisingly, a former Chief Justice of India had basically opined in favor of Nirav Modi. In fact, a statement was given before the UK court, basically trashing the investigation that was carried out by the Indian investigative agencies. But despite that, the UK High Court has now basically given the assurance that there is no reason why this case ought to be reopened. In fact, this was yet another plea that was made by Nirav Modi. Should we focus now to the other story coming in from the state of Maharashtra? In fact, this is coming in from Kalyan, where there is yet another hit-and-run case that has emerged coming in from Kalyan. I'll just quickly take you through some of the details basically emerging, and then go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. In fact, this incident that has taken place in Thane district, it's about a reckless driving of a minor boy, claiming the life of a prominent businessman. Srinivas Tandale, a businessman who was cycling at the time, died on the spot after being struck by a speeding car. The entire sequence of events leading up to the accident was captured by a nearby CCTV camera. Now, according to the reports, a minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out onto the ring road. While driving, he lost control of the steering wheel and violently rammed into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road from behind. Now, the impact was so severe that Tandale died at the spot, and the police has now taken the 17-year-old into custody. The case has also been registered. On your screens right now, this is the CCTV footage of coming in from Kalyan. In fact, this is yet another case of hit and kill that you can see on your screens. I'll just quickly take you through some of the updates also now coming in with regards to the investigation that has been carried out so far. It seems that the 17-year-old had taken the keys from his home without letting his parents know. That's the initial information that has basically emerged so far. And in fact, after taking the vehicle and when he started driving, it seems that he lost control of the vehicle and rammed into the businessman who was cycling on the road. Let me also go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. Meenakshi, my colleague, is joining us from Kalyan right now. Meenakshi, take us through the details of the investigation that has been carried out so far.
Yes, Shravan, an FIR has been lodged for rash driving and reckless driving, and we are being told by the police that that boy's mother's name was mentioned as an accused in the FIR. Why? Because we are getting information from the police sources that that boy told to police he took the key of the car. He took permission of taking the car's key from his mother, and after his mother permission, he took the key of the car. So here his mother owned the car, and that's why her name was mentioned as an accused in the FIR. And we are getting information from our sources, from police sources, that the boy told to police that he posted on social media that he had a small accident. He mentioned that accident is a small accident, and he was feared being scolded by his father. We are getting another information that his father is a lawyer, and we are getting information that the action also has been taken against his mother, who owned the, that car. And from the deceased family, we are getting information that that businessman who owned the garments shops in Kalyan, he took the cycle 2 days before the accident, and he was cycling at the road at 8 p.m. He started cycling to getting fitter. That's after first day of cycling, what happened we have seen in the CCTV footage. Now we are getting touched with the family person. They are saying they only want punishment of that boy and his family, as his family knows all about his all about the he is driving the car. His mother knows he driving the car, and his father is trying to save his boy, as his father is a lawyer. Now these are the information we are getting from police sources and the deceased family. Back to you, Shavan.
Just a quick wrap of what we know so far of the incident that has taken place. I'll stay with these latest images now coming in, CCTV that has been accessed by Republic TV. In fact, it seems that early morning when he had stepped out of his residence for what has been seen as a cycling session that has been carried out by the businessman. And the reckless driving of the minor boy basically claimed the life of this prominent businessman. The businessman has been identified as Srinivas Tandale. He's a businessman who was cycling at that time, and as you can see on your screens right now, from behind, when the car comes and hits the cycle, the entire sequence has now been caught on the CCTV camera. This is from a nearby area where the CCTV cameras have got this incident. As per the reports, minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out into the ring road. Now, while driving, he essentially lost control of the steering wheel and violently rammed into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road from behind. That's what you can see on your screens. Now, the 17-year-old boy has been taken into custody. In fact, his parents essentially maintained that they were unaware that he had taken the keys and had taken the car from the residence. We'll move on to the other big story coming in right now. Before I quickly move to the other story, just a quick wrap of what we know so far. On your screens, these are the CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic TV of the incident that has taken place in Kalyan in Maharashtra. The 17-year-old boy has been taken into custody. The businessman who was cycling has lost his life. Should have focused now to Manipur. This is a story that we have been tracking over the last few days about the situation in the state of Manipur. In fact, cross-firing has been reported from some of the areas in Manipur, direct fighting between Kuki groups and the Thangkul Naga communities. In fact, it seems that the situation has only worsened. Late last night, yet another incident was basically reported from Manipur. In fact, we're going to take you through some of the details now coming in from the Ukhrul district, where we are given to understand yet another incident has taken place late last night when the Kuki groups basically torched Thangkul Naga's hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. Now, this took place around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. First incident that was reported was on Wednesday between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thereafter, yet another incident took place late last night. Now, the suspected groups, which basically includes the Kuki Liberation Army and the Zomi Revolutionary Army, and they've basically indicated that this is what they're calling a revenge of what happened earlier. In fact, these are the latest images only with Republic TV. We'll try and go across to my colleagues Lintoy as well as Johnson, getting us the latest details. But it seems right now with the Chief Minister also taking cognizance of the situation, and an attempt that has now been made by the Chief Minister of the state to pass the buck by saying that there are some groups that are basically operating with the mindset of being anti-national. Now, that's exactly what the Chief Minister had to say. Let me go across to my colleague Johnson first, and then we'll try and bring in Lintoy, getting us the latest details from Imphal. Johnson, you've been there at the spot. In fact, on the first day, that is on Monday, when the incident took place, it seemed that thereafter things only worsened. Yet another incident has now been reported, first happening around Wednesday afternoon and then late last night.
Yes, Sawan, I was there on the exact on the very spot when the very first incident of the violence erupted, like firing towards the Meteor villages, targeting the Meteor life. But yes, unfortunately, the situation has become worse day by day instead of returning to normalcy and all. Yes, in in almost all the hill districts, there is a huge tension between the ethnic groups like Tangkul Naga and the Kuki community. Cross-firing continues, and like burning down of huts and destruction of poppy cultivation in Kangpopi district, in Ukhrul district, in Kamjong district is reportedly continuing as of now. And also there is a very huge tension that even though the different CSOs and chief ministers of Manipur have appealed the public for returning peace and normalcy, yet there is still tension in almost all the hill district, as we have also mentioned earlier. Yes, this burning down of huts which are reportedly used to be illegally for poppy cultivation and all. There was also a cross-firing incident in Tamenglong between these NNC and IM and ZUF also, and also in various hill districts. Reportedly, gunfight took place when these some armed groups are attempting, when some armed groups they entered to destroy the poppy cultivation and all. Yes, there's mainly the this gunfight between these two ethnic groups, that Tangkul Naga and the Kuki community, erupted because mainly because of this poppy cultivation, poppy destruction and all. Yes, someone, and also one of the major incident that happened yesterday very late night is that the armed groups which are reportedly officially reported from Manipur police, it is mentioned that the armed groups of Kuki armed groups, they have targetedly fired various live rounds towards the Indian army posts and security bunkers that have been doing their duty since the beginning of this crisis from the 3rd May of 2023. Yes, the army post, this army post, they are doing the duty at the general area of Phagakchau, Awanglekai, that falls under Bishnupur district. And yes, the cookie, which as mentioned by the police official, police report. Those cookie armed groups, cookie militants, as per mentioned by them, they have opened fire in the general area of this Foljang and Gotwal, directing the target towards the Indian Army post. As a result, and the security forces rapidly respond, rapidly respond to the firing that. Resulting the crossfire lasts about approximately 30 minutes and all. Not only this, after this crossfiring happened, took place in Churchanpur, between Churchanpur and Biswampur district border area. Combined security forces, including Assam Rifle, Indian Army, IRB, Manipur, CRPF, they have conducted a mass combing operation in the general area where the firing is reportedly taken place. Sawan.
Johnson, just help us understand, because we've not seen this happening in the past, where cookie groups have taken on the Thankul Nagas. Is there anything that you're picking up from the investigative agencies as to why suddenly this attempt has been made by the cookie groups to target Thankul Nagas? Is it also perhaps part of a wider strategy in order to perhaps continue with the trend of worsening law and order situation in the state?
Actually, Sawan, as per my sources, it is not actually attempt by these ethnic groups to worsen the tense situation in Manipur. But actually, as Manipur is one of the golden triangle for the drug dealing and all, Manipur government has also is also fighting tirelessly against this war on drugs, and also in support of this, mainly in the hill areas, poppy cultivation is vastly done. So many armed groups, they help the government in this destruction of poppy cultivation and all. As a result of this poppy cultivation, and also some of the cookie groups, they have reportedly tried to encroach the so-called there is a the so-called ancestral land of this Thankul Naga. So as a result of this, the main conflict between these two groups, like ethnic groups, namely the Thankul Naga and the Kuki, this erupted as the Kuki community reportedly, continuously targeting to encroach their this indigenous land of this Thankul Naga. And also, yes, Sawan, from various agency, it is reported that this Kuki groups, Kuki communities, they have been playing this game of firing and all, targeting towards the security forces. This is a very big threat to direct given to the security forces.
Thank you very much, Johnson, for getting us the latest details from Manipur. In fact, a story that we'll be tracking very closely through the day. That's all that we could pack in this edition of a Live Report. News and updates continue on the other side. Trump says Iranian leaders want a deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Coming up. Also, Iran rejects US proposal on ending the war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
Big win for the ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav is one step closer to face trial in India. A 17-year-old ram speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching huts. 3 different incidents, violence reported in last 24 hours. 2 more Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jug Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders won't deal so badly but fear retaliation by the rule. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, will not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live, we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Breaking news coming in. The global energy supplies have been disrupted all over the world. Southeast Asian countries are really facing the brunt. In the latest, Philippines suspends spot sales of electricity due to Middle East conflict. Japan starts release of state oil reserves. So back-to-back updates coming in here. US's war against Iran cripples Philippines' energy. Now, this is very concerning because global energy prices are really shooting through the roof. Global oil prices are going up. Crude oil prices are going up. Everybody, all countries are suffering the brunt of the situation, the escalation in West Asia. And the global energy markets are being disturbed. Philippines government decides to suspend the spot sale of electricity. And that is because of the situation that is unfolding. We're getting some more updates coming in. Kuki groups have torched Tangkol Naga's hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. So more escalation. This is coming in as we have seen tensions between these 2 groups intensify in the past few days. Even though there were a lot of talks and which were held, a lot of talks were being held. The CM is trying to come to an amicable solution, but those efforts not really working out because clashes are being reported once again between Kuki and the Tangkol Naga groups. So Kuki groups torched a hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. The hut was burned down at Loknang Sinaktai village between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Suspected groups include Kuki Liberation Army and the Zomi Revolutionary Army, indicated by a red ribbon on a gun. The hut owned by Atankul Naga is in a Kuki surrounded area. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Incident was reported between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. This happened late last night. Johnson joining us live from Imphal, Manipur. Johnson, you know, there has been so much of effort. We were talking about this earlier when we broke this news, that there was a lot of effort by the Chief Minister to make sure that these warring groups really, you know, come to a amicable solution, a peaceful solution. However, we have seen tensions escalate. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, not only the Minister of Manipur, but from the various civil society organizations and also the various leaders, they have appealed for peace normalcy to return in Manipur, and also various dialogues have been talked along with the Minister of Manipur and CSO. But unfortunately, this burning down of the hut there is reported to be belongs to the Tangkul Naga community, and it is burned down by the alleged Kuki group. So it is reported that it is revenge of burning down from various huts of the Kuki community by the Takul Naga community. So this following this revenge-like activity, there's a serious question about worsening of the tension and the tense situation in the hill districts, mainly dominated by the Tangkul Naga and the Kuki community. And yes, this report, as you have also mentioned, this happens in the Ukhrul district. Yesterday late, as per the report yesterday, the incident happened yesterday only. So as of now, there is still tense between these two ethnic groups, the Tangkul Naga and the Kuki community, and also, the incident of
hold on.
fight between
Johnson, I really want you to hold on for a second. They're getting some more information coming in. Johnson, please hold on. Breaking news coming in. Suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire at a army post. So we will tell you a little bit more about what really happened there. Now, the Indian Army and the Central Reserve Police Force deployed in the area responded swiftly by returning fire towards the source, resulting in an exchange that lasted approximately 30 minutes from the early hours of 26 March. A combined operation was launched by the Indian Army, CRPF, Manipur Police, and the IRB, Indian Reserve Battalion, in the general area where the firing took place in the adjoining hill area. Situation remains to be closely monitored in the surrounding hill area. The incident occurred late, and we're getting these updates coming in. Civilians are asked to be more careful and not spread any rumors on this situation. Johnson, coming back to you. Yes, we're getting updates coming in. Johnson, and also we see that Manipur Police has written a post on this incident where Kuki militants opened a fire in the general area, directing the fire towards an Indian Army post. And if you could just help our viewers understand, because we know that the Indian Army swiftly responded by returning the fire towards the source, resulting in an exchange. And that exchange was going on for approximately 30 minutes.
Yes, Shivangi, yes. This is one of the, very illegal activities done by these. As per the report mentioned clearly in this police official press statement, it is mentioned clearly that the suspected armed Kuki militants, they have targeted fire. They have, they have firing. They have fired directly targeting towards the Indian security force, namely the Indian Army post that is, doing the duty. There has been, safeguarding the Pagakshaw village of Bishnupur district. Yes, Shivangi, this Pagakshaw village is one of the very affected village due to the illegal activities of the Kuki community since this 3rd May of 2023, since the beginning of the crisis, since the beginning of the conflict. And in order to give safety to the village, this Pagakshaw has been guarded by the Indian Army post. And also yesterday, very late night at around 11:40 p.m., This armed cookie, suspected to be armed cookie militants, they have opened fire directly targeting towards the Indian Army force. As a result, there has been a huge
Johnson,
of
thank you for getting those details. I'll be coming back to you. Getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's move ahead. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. 12 have been arrested in multi-state crackdown over suspected links, ISIS links. This is in Vijayawada. So we are getting these updates coming in here. Andhra Pradesh police have arrested 12 individuals across several states in a coordinated anti-terror operation linked to online radicalization and suspected connection with banned outfits. The probe began after the arrest of 3 youths from Vijayawada: Muhammad Rahmatullah Sharif, Muhammad Danish and Mirza Sohail Beg, who allegedly promoted extremist ideology on social media and formed a group called it's a group which is called Al Malik Islamic Youth to radicalize others. Acting on leads from the main accused, the police teams conducted searches in Karnataka, Telangana, Bihar, Delhi, Maharashtra, West Bengal and Rajasthan. Among those arrested, a couple of people, including residents of Bhandari. And now we will be getting our viewers more updates, because the accused are suspected of spreading fundamentalist content, maintaining contact with terror handlers, including foreign links. I repeat, including foreign links. Let's go to Aishwarya, who's joining us live from Hyderabad. Aishwarya, very, very concerning, because we also see that these arrested people have been produced before court, remanded to judicial custody. But the information that we're getting for our viewers is that these arrested people are suspected to be having very, very nefarious links, and that too across the border, foreign links. Yes, what's happening now, Aishwarya?
So this entire link was busted in Vijayawada first, where 3 of them were arrested. Later, one of the youth one of the women from Hyderabad was also arrested yesterday, which led to an burst of an entire circle where almost 10 people were arrested, is what we are learning. After which they have realized that this goes beyond Hyderabad and Andhra Pradesh, but more to almost 10 network spreads across Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, and Bengal and Rajasthan as well. So this is how the police have realized that there are more and more youngsters involved in this particular ISIS link, is what they have realized. These 3 people have formed a group, a WhatsApp group, and they were using social media as one of their mainstream as a propaganda, and they were also trying to radicalize the youngsters, sell the ISIS mindset, and they were also trying to, in fact, there are allegations that they were even trying to replace the Indian flag with the ISIS flag as well. This is how they were working and monitoring, and they were also receiving, there are allegations that they were receiving funds from the Pakistan handlers as well, under whose guidance and information and instructions that these people were running this particular ISIS racket here, alleged ISIS racket. They were first identified as terrorist sympathizers using their social media activity after the counterintelligence monitored their social media activity. Later, they actually found out that there's a lot more than them just being sympathizers of these terrorists, but they were trying to search how to build IED bombs. They were regularly meeting at mosques, and they were regularly in touch with all the people who are all the accused who are in this particular circle, and that is how this particular ISIS racket was busted.
Take our viewers through how these how these arrested on our screens, how they were engaging with radicalized content. They were engaging with radicalized content, and according to the investigation, they were also trying to radicalize others.
So as they were mainly using the social media, be it Telegram or Instagram, they were forming groups, and they were adding several youngsters into these groups. They used to regularly meet at mosques, and they were trying to sell this particular radicalized mindset. They used to try to brainwash, is what we are hearing. As they were also receiving funds, this was something very easily they were selling this propaganda to several youngsters who were either friends with them or who are in touch with them who are they familiar with. This is how they were trying to sell, even trying to propagate against the Indian national, and they were trying to even criticize the Indian national flag and try to sell how ISIS is more powerful and more right than the Indian national. This is how they were trying to sell with adding more and more, recruiting more and more youngsters into their particular groups that they have formed in Telegram and Instagram.
Ashurya, hold on for a second. Yes, Ashurya, hold on for a second. Then getting some breaking news coming in. Getting some breaking news. Senior Congress leader Jeevan Reddy has quit the party after 42 years. This is a big update coming in here. And the reason is that he's blaming humiliation as a reason. Senior Congress leader and former Minister T. Jeevan Reddy resigned from the party, saying he had no other choice after facing massive humiliation. He announced his resignation at a meeting with the party workers and followers in a town in Telangana. He formally wrote a letter to AICC Chief Mallikarjun Kharge informing about his resignation. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Ashurya. Ashurya, the Congress leaders were trying really hard to pacify Jeevan Reddy, but that didn't really work. You know, he has put down his papers. And just tell us once more, what did it mean when he said he resigned due to humiliation?
So this is a huge setback for Congress because here, if you look, Jeevan Reddy is one of the senior most Telangana Congress leader, with almost 42 years of association with the party, and even the Jagatal district where he is part of he's one of the main leaders in that particular town as well. However, he said that in this particular elections, especially after the Congress had come to power in the 2023 assembly elections, there were this deflection of MLAs from BRS party to the Congress party, which happened, which was supported by the Congress Congress leaders here, which did not go well with Jeevan Reddy, which he said that this is a humiliation, as his words, his actions and his loyalty to the party was not considered, while they were giving more importance to the deflected MLAs from the BRS party to the Congress party, and they were given even in the local body elections that was recently held in Telangana. They said that even during those elections, Jeevan Reddy's followers or his words were not taken into consideration. His vision was not taken into consideration, but the deflected MLAs were given more importance, and he said that this particular the way of functioning is a humiliation to him, as his association with the party goes more than four decades, and that is the reason he said that he could not take this humiliation anymore, and when he's not respected within the party and his work and his dedication is not taken into consideration, he said that he will quit the party. There were talks going on between the Congress leader, TPCC president, as well as Jeevan Reddy for a week, but later on, he formally resigned and submitted his letter to Mallikarjun Kharge. He said that even though there were talks and there were attempts of pacifying him, he somehow did not fall into it, and he was not convinced by the appeals made by the TPCC, and that is the reason he has finally decided to quit. However, he said that his future political work is something that is still he will decide what to do. But there are speculations that he might join BRS as well.
I'll be coming back to you, Ashurya. Yes, thank you so much, Ashurya. Getting some breaking news coming in. Anti-Naxal trained special operation group personnel have been deployed to take on these jungle warfare trained Pakistani terrorists. That is right. This is in Jammu, by the way. And these are 350 Greyhound trained special operation group personnel deployed in hilly and forested areas of Jammu. Now, these SOG Jawans recently underwent specialized training from anti-Naxal unit of Andhra Pradesh Greyhound with elite army units. Pictures which are on your screen. And we also have a ground report by my colleague Gursimran, who takes us through how these special units have trained to take on these Pakistani terrorists who are trained for jungle warfare, high altitude combat and modern counter-terror tactics.
Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the elite force for countering terrorism, has now been trained by the Greyhounds, the anti-Naxal force of the Andhra Pradesh that has given Naxals a tough time. And as we approach 31st of March, the deadline for the end of Naxalism in the country, this force has played a key role. And now they have trained the troops of the Jammu and Kashmir Police to tackle terrorism. And here, from the hinterland, we are showing you the visuals of the ongoing operations that have been launched by the security forces to neutralize Pakistani terrorists that are active in the hinterland. Here you will see that this is one of the terrains, the tough terrains where the troops operate. These troops continue to be under the immense challenge that how they move from one place to another, so that the Pakistani terrorists that are in the hinterland, they do not get any information regarding their movement and they are neutralized at an earliest. These are the small teams of the Special Operations Group. These teams are tactically strengthened in such a manner that they can submerge into their vicinity. Here you will see that these Jawan of the Special Operation Group, the way he has gone down, he has taken a refuge in this very area. So it becomes almost impossible for the terrorists to trace them, and it is only their eye on the target that matters. Where on the other side you will see that these men are moving in these areas, while the advanced team, they have already on the front run, because this is a 360-degree operations that they have launched. These 360-degree operations means that they have to look everywhere. And here, wherever you will see, you will find the men of the Special Operations Group. They have already been on the ground. They are ensuring that they reach the ground, they move tactically without any collateral damage, because what we have witnessed, that the Pakistani terrorists have inflicted a large-scale damage to the security forces. So now they do not want to take any of the chance, and that's why they are moving tactically. There also, you will see that the men of the Jammu and Kashmir Police have been kept on the standby. So it is a circle, a ring that they are carrying out, so that they can make a cordon of themselves only, so that if a terrorist fires at them, they are in a position to give the adversary a befitting reply. And in these dense forests of the Jammu region that have become a major challenge for the security forces, because Pakistan has been sending these highly trained, jungle warfare trained terrorists into the Indian territory, but how to get through them, that is what these men of the Jammu and Kashmir Police have been taught. These men have undergone the rigorous trainings. These trainings have taken place not only in Jammu and Kashmir, but have also taken place in the different parts of the country, including the Greyhounds, that is the anti-Naxal force, also the NSG, the Parachute Regiment, all have trained them, and now they are in a ready state to give Pakistan and their terrorists a befitting reply and to eliminate them all.
That was good, Simran, reporting from Jammu for us. Let's move ahead. President Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated. Negotiations are underway with the right people, he says, and the US has essentially won. However, Iran has rejected these claims. Despite Trump's optimistic statements, the war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missile and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv and other areas. Take a look.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
Supposed to be, I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror. And they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خود درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی‌گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی هم شما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Big win for the ED and CBI as the UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen the extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, it is going to be a month since the war in West Asia began in a couple of days, and there are no signs of de-escalation on the battlefield as Bushehr nuclear power plant still took a hit today. We'll get you all the details. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. 17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on the spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching herds. 3 different incidents of violence reported in last 24 hours. 2 more LPG tankers across Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jag was sent, expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Donald Trump says Iranian leaders want to deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Iran rejects a US proposal on ending the war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, will not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour. Breaking news coming in now. A speeding car has hit a family in Indore amid a penthouse dispute, killing a female engineer on the site. Now the incident was captured on CCTV showing a father and a son driving the car, and as of now police is investigating the matter. Residents alleged that the penthouse had been operating illegally on a continuous basis. Now we've got the CCTV footage. We'll also show that to you in just a short while from now. This is the CCTV footage on your screen showing you the exact moment when this car hit the family in Indore. In fact, you can see on your screen how a speeding vehicle comes and hits the family. Now this has also led to killing of a female engineer on the spot. Now, the incident as captured on a CCTV, it shows a father and a son driving the car, and this dispute essentially arises from a penthouse dispute. All right, my colleague Satya Vijay now joins me with more details on this. Satya Vijay, do tell us what exactly triggered this incident and what is the condition of the female engineer who was in fact, it seems, injured in this incident.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, देखिए मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर से ये दर्दनाक और खतरनाक जो घटनाक्रम है वो सामने आया है, जहां पर कि एक रिहायशी कॉलोनी है जिसमें कि पेंट हाउस जो था उसका कमर्शियल उपयोग किया जा रहा था, और इसी बात को लेकर जो उस कॉलोनी के लोग हैं और उनका और जो पेंट हाउस संचालक हैं जो कि उस पेंट हाउस का कमर्शियल उपयोग कर रहे थे, उसको लेकर उनका आए दिन विवाद होता था। हाल ही में ये घटनाक्रम हुआ जब पेंट हाउस के विरोध में लोग नीचे इकट्ठा हुए। इस दौरान जो आरोपी पिता पुत्र हैं जो कि ये कार चला रहे हैं, जिसमें कि कार चालक ने एक महिला को भी कुचला है, जिसमें कि इंजीनियर महिला की मौत हुई है। तो विवाद के बाद जो आरोपी बेटा है, पिता पुत्र में से जो बेटा है जो कि कार चला रहा था, उसने कार रोकने की जगह वहां विवाद के बाद टक्कर मारते हुए वहां से निकला, और ये टक्कर इतनी खतरनाक थी कि हॉस्पिटल पहुंचने तक महिला की मौत हो चुकी थी। इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में जिस महिला की डेथ हुई है उसके पति का भी ये कहना है कि अगर वो कार रोक देता तो शायद उसकी पत्नी की जान बच सकती थी। तो पूरा जो घटनाक्रम है इंदौर का है, एक रिहायशी कॉलोनी है जहां पर कि पेंट हाउस थे और पेंट हाउस का कमर्शियल यूज हो रहा था। इसके विरोध में लोग आए। ये भी तथ्य सामने आया जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज हम दिखा रहे हैं, इसमें वो आरोपी पिता पुत्र हैं जो कि दो महिलाओं से बात करते दिख रहे हैं। तो ये भी कहा जाता है कि कुछ विदेशी जो महिलाएं या लोग हैं वो अवैध तरीके से उस पेंट हाउस में रुक रहे थे, और इन्हीं सब चीजों को लेकर स्थानीय लोग विरोध कर रहे थे, और इस विरोध के बाद विवाद इतना बड़ा कि आरोपी ने कार से रहवासियों को कुचल दिया। 2 से 3 लोग इसमें इंजर्ड हैं और एक महिला की मौत हो चुकी है।
जी बिल्कुल। और सत्य विजय, इस समय इन्वेस्टिगेशन किस स्टेज पे है? क्या कोई क्रिमिनल चार्जेस फाइल किए गए हैं इस फादर और सन के डुओ के अगेंस्ट हु आर ड्राइविंग द कार?
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, देखिए हिट एंड रन की जो धाराएं हैं, जो भी आईपीसी की धाराएं, उनके तहत पुलिस ने प्रकरण दर्ज कर लिया है, और जो हमारे पास इनपुट्स हैं उसके मुताबिक आरोपी पिता पुत्र जो है उन्हें डिटेन भी किया है, हिरासत में भी लिया है, और फर्दर आगे की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो पुलिस द्वारा की जा रही है।
जी बिल्कुल सत्य विजय, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सारी जानकारी हमको देने के लिए, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Now we are moving on to another breaking news we're getting at this hour. Early this morning, a tragic incident took place on a Bengaluru-Hyderabad National Highway. Now this took place in Kurnool district. A Volvo bus caught fire and was completely gutted, turning into ashes within minutes. Now the bus here was traveling from Bengaluru to Hyderabad with over 40 passengers on board. Take a look at this report.
A Volvo bus caught fire with 40 passengers on board in Andhra Pradesh highway. The accident occurred around 6 a.m. when the bus was traveling from Telangana to Nellore. 12 feared dead after the bus collided with a lorry and caught fire. Authorities say around 20 injured passengers were shifted to nearby hospitals, where they are undergoing treatment. Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu expressed shock over the road accident. He conveyed his grief over reports that several passengers were burnt alive in the collision.
Now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news we're getting at this hour now. A parliamentary standing committee has found and cited a very concerning DGCA audit that has in fact found recurring defects in about 377 aircraft. Now, DGCA has found 100 safety lapses that took place and 19 violations in just a span of 1 year. In fact, DGCA has also recommended setting up a high-level independent panel to recommend comprehensive safety review. The reports have to be submitted in the next 6 months. So it's a very concerning audit that's now taking place by DGCA. It has found about recurring defects in about 377 aircrafts, 100 safety violations and 19 violations as well. So it is a concerning development that DGCA has found in its audit report, while also recommending that a safety panel be formed to also make further recommendations within the next 6 months. Now, viewers, it's a parliamentary standing committee which had raised these concerns about India's aviation safety. We have seen several crashes taking place in the last 1 year, and now this DGCA audit also in line with those lapses that have taken place. It points out to about defects in 50% of 754 aircraft inspected. The committee also points to the Ahmedabad crash, which killed 260 people and approximately 100 safety lapses in just a span of a single year. Now, to address these issues, the committee also recommends forming an independent high-level committee to conduct a comprehensive safety review and submit the report then within the next 6 months. The committee also highlights DGCA's staffing crisis with about 48.3% shortage of staff and a financial autonomy to address critical technical staff shortages. Now, additionally, the committee also suggests implementing a just culture approach and a legally backed whistleblower protection framework to encourage open reporting of safety lapses. And that's a crucial point that's now been raised about a just culture, which could in fact encourage a legally backed whistleblower protection framework to encourage open reporting of safety lapses, because we have seen earlier also there were people who knew about the safety lapses but they did not come up to report them at the right time. And now it is recommending that a legally backed framework be set up for the whistleblowers to come up and to highlight if there are lapses taking place indeed. It is a concerning report, in fact, DGCA audit that's now been cited by Parliamentary Standing Committee. It has found recurring defects in about 50% of 754 aircraft which were inspected as a part of this exercise. Now, 50% of the aircraft which were in fact inspected were found to have recurring defects, continuous repeated defects. And also, the committee here highlights, while pointing to Ahmedabad crash which killed 260 people, that approximately 100 safety lapses took place in just a span of single year. So these are concerning numbers. We have seen for India's aviation sector, the last year has not been really well. But what really important is to now take the corrective measures, which is what this committee has also recommended. All right, my colleague Shivam now joins me with more details on this. Shivam, these are concerning numbers that DGCA audit has now found. Give us more details about this and also the corrective measures that this committee recommends now.
Yeah, definitely. There were total 754 aircrafts, and out of which 377, there were defects found in 377 aircrafts, which amounts to nearly 50% of the aircrafts. Now, we must not forget about the Ahmedabad crash also. There were 260 fatalities in that crash. Now, approximately 100 safety lapses in a single year that have happened now, and 19 safety violation notices indicate a systemic pattern that is happening. Now, this seriously concerns all those who are traveling by air about the safety and maintenance of the aircrafts, because it's almost 50% of the aircrafts where defects have been found, because it amounts to around 377 aircrafts out of 754 aircrafts. Now, this indicates serious maintenance and compliance issues that need to be addressed immediately, because it concerns the passengers and concerns the safety issues related to passenger safety while traveling in a passenger airline. Now, 100 safety lapses in just 1 year, 19 safety violations in 1 year, notice being issued, 19 safety violation notices being issued. Now, these are not isolated incidents, but it suggests that there is a pattern that needs to be addressed and examined. Now, the problems are deep-rooted and recurring. That is the major issue here, Ishita. And also, it points to possible regulatory gaps also and oversight failure in this case, and raises concerns over passenger safety standards in India overall, if we look at, because there have been many technical issues in flights related to Air India every now and then with many passenger airlines in India. This is a very serious concern. Now, the big recommendation here is a formation of an independent high-level aviation safety committee. The mandate would be to conduct a comprehensive safety audit, review DGCA functioning and airline compliance, and submit a report within 6 months. Now, the big question is that is the Indian aviation sector expanding faster than it is required, not keeping in mind the safety oversight that is very much required, and has the DGCA failed in a proactive regulation? Why are there repetitive defects in the passenger airlines? This is a very big issue concerning the passenger safety. Out of all the aircrafts, 50%, there were defects which were found in the 50% aircrafts, recurring defects coming in at 377 aircrafts out of 754 aircrafts, Ishita.
Right, of course, these are concerning numbers, and it's high time that some corrective measures are being taken to ensure the safety of Indian passengers. Thanks so much for joining us. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news. The Kalyan incident has now seen as some fresh developments. An FIR has now been registered against a 17-year-old boy for rash and negligent driving, along with non-bailable charges. Now, his mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, who owns the vehicle, has also been named as an accused in the FIR. And the boy here claimed that he had, in fact, informed his mother before taking the car out. Now, the boy had posted on social media as well, just shortly after the incident, stating that he was involved in a small accident and feared his father's reaction. Now, the victim, Srinivas Tantale, was a 42-year-old businessman who was cycling when struck by the speeding car and then eventually succumbed to the injuries on the spot. Now, we're getting to understand that the wheels of justice are moving rapidly in this case. An FIR has now been lodged with non-bailable charges. The mother of the accused, because accused, remember, is a minor here, 17-year-old boy, has now also been named in the case. Now, initial information pointed to the fact that he did not take permission from either of the parents to go out. But now it seems that he had, in fact, taken permission from his mother, who has also now been named in the FIR. Now, we're getting you visuals of the incident. The businessman, who's a 42-year-old prominent businessman, was out on his cycle. It was a cyclist, in fact, who was struck by the speeding car by this 17-year-old boy who lost the control of his vehicle and then rammed into this 42-year-old cyclist on the road. Now, my colleague Meenakshi joins me with more details on this. Meenakshi, I want to ask you, an FIR has now been lodged. Give us more details about the investigation that's taken place in the case so far.
Yes, as you have rightly mentioned, we are getting information from our police sources that an FIR has been lodged against that 17-year-old boy and for rash driving and negligent driving in this case. And we are getting information from the police that they have mentioned as the main accused in this case that boy's mother. Why? Because that car owned by that boy's mother, and the boy told to police that he has taken permission from his mother before he took the car out, and he took the key of the car from his mother. So his parents, his father is a lawyer, his parents knew about this, and he confirmed police that both parents knew about all this. And he told to police also that he posted a social media that he had a little accident, small accident, and he was feared from a scold from his father. So in this case, the main accused is that boy's mother. From police sources, we are getting information, and the latest information we are getting from police that that boy taken into the child home in Kalyan. So this is the development of this case, and from this family, we are getting information that the businessman Srinivas, he took the cycle day before the accident, and he started cycling for his fitness. And that road, which is a ring road in Kalyan, where the accident happened, this road was closed. Very important thing, this road was closed because of some work in this road. So no vehicles had been permitted to this road, ring road in Kalyan. Only cycles and walking was permittable in this ring road. So without permission, that car, that boy's car, rammed into the businessman, and what happened, we have seen the CCTV footage. Now investigation is going on, and we are waiting for the FIR copy and latest development in this case. Back to studio.
Right, Meenakshi, it's a clear case of reckless behavior on the part of this minor, which has now led to loss of a precious life. We also have a reaction from Amarnath Wagmore, who's a senior police inspector from Kalyan. Let's take a listen.
दिनांक 24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे सक्सेना लॉन्स जो है न्यू गांधारी रोड, वहाँ पे एक साइकिल सवार जो एक्सरसाइज कर रहा था, जिसका नाम श्रीनिवास तांदड़े था और उसकी उम्र 44 साल थी, उसको एक जुवेनाइल इन कन्फ्लिक्ट बॉय था, उसने अपने ताबे में की कार जो है वो रैश एंड निग्लिजेंट ड्राइविंग करते हुए हिट एंड रन की केस बनी है। उसमें वो जो विक्टिम था वो गुजर गया है। उसमें से जो कार हमने जब्त की है और जो कार थी उसके माँ के नाम पे थी, उसको ही वो केस में आरोपी बनाया है और जुवेनाइल को हम जो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड है उसके सामने पेश किए हैं। आगे तफ्तीश चालू है।
बच्चा क्या करता है सर, पता चला है?
बच्चा पढ़ाई करता है, 11th स्टैंडर्ड जस्ट पास हुआ है और यही खड़कपाड़ा के हद्दी में जो कॉलेज है उधर वो पढ़ता है। दिनांक 24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे सक्सेना लॉन्स जो है न्यू गांधारी रोड, वहाँ पे एक साइकिल सवार जो एक्सरसाइज कर रहा था, जिसका नाम श्रीनिवास तांदड़े था और उसकी उम्र 44 साल थी, उसको एक जुवेनाइल इन कन्फ्लिक्ट बॉय था, उसने अपने ताबे में की कार जो है वो रैश एंड निग्लिजेंट ड्राइविंग करते हुए हिट एंड रन की केस बनी है। उसमें वो जो विक्टिम था वो गुजर गया है। उसमें से जो कार हमने जब्त की है और जो कार थी उसके माँ के नाम पे थी, उसको ही वो केस में आरोपी बनाया है और जुवेनाइल को हम जो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड है उसके सामने पेश किए हैं। आगे तफ्तीश चालू है।
बच्चा क्या करता है सर, पता चला है?
बच्चा पढ़ाई करता है, 11th स्टैंडर्ड जस्ट पास हुआ है और
Now we are moving on. A Dhaka-bound bus with about 40 passengers plunged into a river while getting on board a ferry at the Doladia terminal. Now the bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller utility ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river as the bus driver lost control of the steering. Here's the full report. Take a look.
A bus carrying at least 40 people encountered an accident when it plunged into a river in Bangladesh. The bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river. Fire service divers launched a rescue campaign immediately, and a salvage vessel also reached the scene later. Fire service officials say divers were called from other two terminals and rescuers were sent to the spot from Dhaka as well. Some passengers managed to swim ashore or were rescued, but most others remained missing as a campaign to save people was launched. The river outpost in charge did not provide numbers of casualties.
All right, here's now shifting focus to more developments coming to light from West Asia. Now we're getting some breaking news. Reports say that US and Israel have temporarily removed Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and the Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baqir Kalibaf from their target list for about 4 to 5 days. Now this comes amid efforts to revive peace talks between Iran and the United States. The move here, viewers, signals openness to diplomatic talks despite low chances of success due to significant gaps in the US and Iranian positions. But we are looking to top leaders from Iran's leadership now getting at least a 4 to 5 day pause or removal of from US and Israel's target list. This includes the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi as well as their parliamentary speaker Mohammad Baqir Kalibaf. All right, viewers, now shifting to more breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Now, CCP has warned hotels, restaurants against levying additional LPG charges. And now the CCP advisory comes amid a broader LPG supply crunch in India, which of course has been triggered by the geopolitical disruptions in West Asia. The Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked, although open to Indian vessels. Now, Central Consumer Protection Authority here has issued an advisory stating that hotels, restaurants, they cannot levy additional LPG charges for customers. In fact, they cannot also levy charges such as gas surcharge or fuel cost recovery by default. Now, the regulator here warned that non-compliance may also attract action under the Consumer Protection Act, and the CCP advisory comes amid a broader LPG supply crunch that we are witnessing in India. The move, in fact, came after there were several complaints raised by consumers through the National Consumer Helpline and media reports as well, which flagged that certain restaurants and hotels were increasingly adding such charges to bills under various names over and above the listed price of food items and applicable taxes. So it's an important news and assurance and a big relief for consumers as well. For anyone who's watching us, let's also reiterate that the CCPA has now said that restaurants and hotels cannot levy additional charges, including LPG charges, gas surcharge, or even fuel cost recovery. And now, viewers, Iran has rejected a US proposal to end the war, saying that any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Iran here has also listed strict conditions, accusing the US of trying to control how and when the conflict will end. Here's more on this. Take a look.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده.
Iran says it has shared these conditions with mediators and made it clear that no talks will happen unless they are accepted. The rejection signals a hardening stance from Iran, raising concerns that the conflict could continue to escalate with no immediate path to a ceasefire.
And news coming up on the other side, big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to now face trial in India. All that and more lined up ahead.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिंह MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and viewers, 2 more Indian vessels, Jug Vasant and Pine Gas, are all set to reach the Indian shores just by day after tomorrow. In fact, 2 more Indian vessels have managed to cross the Strait of Hormuz. A great news for India's energy security. Getting you all the details. But first, here's a check on the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. 17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on the spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even the torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Two more Indian LPG tankers crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders want the deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending the war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Viewers, now starting first with a breaking development in the Red Fort blast case. Now, the National Investigation Agency has sought more time to probe the case of the blast that took place in Delhi's Red Fort. Now, the NIA has knocked Delhi court seeking a second extension, saying new leads have surfaced and massive digital evidence is also under scrutiny. Now, remember, these are the visuals on your screens of the terror strike that hit Red Fort, the area outside Red Fort in the national capital. And now, for the second time, the National Investigation Agency has sought an extension for the probe that's ongoing in the Red Fort blast case. The NIA has said to the Delhi court that new leads have surfaced in the case. Not just that, massive digital evidence is also under scrutiny. Now, remember, this was a bigger plot that had to be foiled by the National Investigation Agency. A car's boot that was carrying ammunition that exploded caused the terror attack outside Red Fort. And after that, multiple arrests were made by the NIA, starting right from people who were disguised as professors in colleges. Now, in fact, NIA says that new leads have come out in the probe of the Red Fort blast. Joining me live on the broadcast to get us more details is Saurav. Saurav, speak to us about the NIA's extension demand. You know, they've said that new leads have come up in the case. Digital evidences have also been resurfaced.
Hello.
Yes, Saurav, we can hear you. Viewers, there was some problem with Saurav's connection, but remember, there is a major update in the Red Fort blast case. These are the visuals on your screens. Multiple people were killed. A car's boot carrying ammunition, that car exploded right outside the Red Fort. Now, the National Investigation Agency has sought a second chance, a second extension from the Delhi court, saying that new leads have come forward in the case. Not just that, they have said that they are also probing digital evidences that have come up in the case. Now, Saurav continues to be with us on the broadcast. Saurav, what are the details that you can get for us? You know, the National Investigation Agency has sought a second extension. What do you know about this so far, Saurav?
Yes, the NIA has sought second extension from the Delhi court, stating that this is a deep-rooted conspiracy which have links to the pan-Indian trans-national links, and it needs to be established in connection with the 2025 Red Fort blast. Apart from this, in this application, which the NIA has sent to the Delhi court seeking the extension, it is written in that there are several digital evidences in this case which the NIA has found in this investigation, and there are several text which the NIA found, and it is in Arabic language, and they have also roped in a Jamia-based expert of the Arabic language to decode all these texts which is linked in this case. And they have also claimed that these texts were so radical, and in these texts it is also written that how a homemade and house-made bomb can be made by the extremists. These are pointers in the application which the NIA has given to the Delhi court, and the NIA is also seeking the judicial custody of all the accused in this 2025 Red Fort blast case. to interrogate them again on these new digital evidences which the NIA found in their recent investigation. Back to you.
For getting us those details and for getting us a rundown of what the NIA is probing in the Red Fort blast case. Now, viewers, shifting focus. The BJP in West Bengal has released its third list of candidates for the assembly elections. Now, remember, the state goes to polls in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April. Not just this, the BJP has also given a ticket to the RG Kar rape victim's mother from Panihati in West Bengal as the assembly elections inch closer. 19 names of candidates have been announced in the third list released by the BJP as the state inches closer to go to polls. Take a look at this.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the RG Kar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's RG Kar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the war that continues to escalate in West Asia. Now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to close the Bab al-Mandab waterway, the strait, if the United States or Israel launch a ground invasion in the Iranian territory, specifically targeting strategic locations like Iran's Karg Island. IRGC has made a big claim that shows that there is no slowing down in the war from their end. Now, Iran says that they will seize the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is a crucial maritime gateway that connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. Now, approximately 12% of all global trade and 10% of seaborne oil passes through this narrow passage. As the Strait of Hormuz continues to remain suspended, all operations shut, Iran has now issued fresh retaliatory warnings against US and Israeli ground incursion. Now, remember, this comes at the heels of the US Marines actually gaining pace and gaining ground and inching closer to the Iranian territory as the war continues to escalate in West Asia. Now, IRGC has said that they will take control of and they will seize the Bab al-Mandab maritime gateway, the strait, in case there is a ground incursion that is made by the US or Israeli forces in the Iranian territory. A big claim by Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps that shows that the war is not going to slow down anytime soon. Viewers, now a Dhaka-bound bus with about 40 passengers plunged into a river while getting on board a ferry at the Dauladia terminal. Now, the bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller utility ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river as the bus driver lost control of the wheel. Here's the full report into the tragic accident. Take a look.
A bus carrying at least 40 people encountered an accident when it plunged into a river in Bangladesh. The bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river. Fire service divers launched a rescue campaign immediately, and a salvage vessel also reached the scene later. Fire service officials say divers were called from other two terminals and rescuers were sent to the spot from Dhaka as well. Some passengers managed to swim ashore or were rescued, but most others remained missing as a campaign to save people was launched. The river outpost in charge did not provide numbers of casualties.
development from the war in West Asia. A shrapnel after a missile was intercepted in the UAE has killed 3 people and wounded many others as a ballistic missile was intercepted by the UAE Air Defense Forces. Now, a shrapnel killed at least 2 people in the UAE and injured many others. Now, in United Arab Emirates, authorities in Abu Dhabi have specifically said that 2 people have been killed and 3 others have been severely wounded because of the shrapnel that struck them in the effort of dismantling, of intercepting a ballistic missile that was fired by Iran in the UAE airspace. Viewers are now shifting focus. The Bengaluru-Hyderabad National Highway, a bus on the NH44 in Kurnool district caught on fire and was completely gutted, turning into ashes within minutes. The bus was traveling from Bengaluru to Hyderabad with about 40 passengers on board. Take a look at what unfolded.
A Volvo bus caught fire with 40 passengers on board in Andhra Pradesh highway. The accident occurred around 6 a.m. when the bus was traveling from Telangana to Nellore. 12 feared dead after the bus collided with a lorry and caught fire. Authorities say around 20 injured passengers were shifted to nearby hospitals, where they are undergoing treatment. Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu expressed shock over the road accident. He conveyed his grief over reports that several passengers were burnt alive in the collision.
Now, one thing that everybody across the globe has been talking about, India's diplomacy coming to fore amid the West Asia escalations. India maintains its peace and neutrality stand. In the middle of that, India has been able to recalibrate its energy strategy amid the ongoing escalation in West Asia. Now, for the first time in years, India has secured an Iranian LPG carrier that is all set to reach India and give a better benefit to the looming crisis in India over LPG. Not just that, India has also diversified its routes for oil supply and trade. In fact, also making the most out of Russian oil at a time when US has removed its waiver for a brief period. Here's more on India's diplomacy amid the ongoing war and the energy resources that are coming to India. Take a look.
India has reportedly purchased its first cargo of Iranian LPG in years. This comes after the United States temporarily eased sanctions on Tehran's oil and fuel exports. The move is being seen as both strategic and urgent. The sanctioned tanker Aurora, loaded with Iranian LPG, is now expected to dock at Mangalore on India's west coast. What makes this even more critical is the backdrop of disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, a key global energy route shaken by the ongoing West Asia war. In 2019, India has shunned energy purchases from Iran under pressure from Western sanctions. Historically, Iran was a significant supplier to India, accounting for as much as 11.5% of total crude imports at its peak as per data. Similarly, amid West Asia war, India purchased nearly 60 million barrels of crude oil from Russia for delivery next month. India is paying a premium of $5 to $15 per barrel above Brent. This move comes after a 30-day waiver by the United States, allowing delivery of Russian oil already loaded before March 5. The relief window later extended to shipments at the sea before March 12. and widen further to support countries hit by supply disruption. From Iran to Russia, India is diversifying its energy bets to secure supplies, even as global tensions reshape the oil market.
Viewers, now quickly cutting across to a fresh breaking development. The Russian Foreign Ministry has issued a statement against the aggression that has been unleashed by the US and Israel. And this comes after US and Israel tried to spark a nuclear disaster as per Russia with a second strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Now, Moscow has also said that they were forced to evacuate more staff members from the joint Iran-Russian site. Now, Russian Foreign Ministry has come down heavily on the US and Israel and have accused them of trying to spark a nuclear disaster with a second strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Now, Moscow says that they were forced to evacuate more staffers from the joint Iranian-Russian site as the strikes continue on energy and nuclear infrastructure across the Gulf region. Now remember, Bushehr has been hit by US and Israeli strikes multiple times, and once again another strike was launched, and this time Russia has spoken over it. Russian Foreign Ministry saying that they were forced to remove staff members from the joint Iranian-Russian site. Viewers, getting in some more breaking development. This time, the Chinese Ministry of Defense has said that they are calling for an end to the conflict in West Asia. Now, remember, yesterday it was China's Foreign Office that said that they will continue to bat for peace, for dialogue, for negotiations amid the escalating tensions. And today, China's Defense Ministry has issued a stern statement saying that they want an immediate halt in the ongoing escalation, in the ongoing war between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Now remember, China's stand since the beginning has been very clear. 28th of February is when the war started. Today is the 27th day of the war, and Beijing maintains that they are looking for peace in the region. Beijing has in fact issued statements yesterday as well as today asking for an end to the conflict that's ongoing in West Asia. Viewers, now shifting focus to Jammu and Kashmir, where in the valley, the government has formed 3 control and command centers for LPG and fuel situation monitoring. Now, these control rooms are formed at district level, divisional level, and even state level. Now, Jammu and Kashmir's Chief Secretary is monitoring the supply of liquefied petroleum gas and fuel and the situation at each level, all the 3 levels that have been divided. Fuel companies have also informed the Jammu and Kashmir government that sufficient stock of fuel and LPG is available for the state's usage and supply. Now, Santosh Sharma, who is the Assistant Director for Civil Supplies, spoke exclusively with Republic, where he says there is no need to panic. The state has sufficient stock available. Let's listen in to what the Assistant Director for Civil Supplies had to say in an exclusive conversation with Republic.
देश भर में एलपीजी को लेकर जो है लोगों में कहीं ना कहीं संशय है। इस बीच हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर फूड एंड सिविल सर्विसेज संतोष शर्मा मौजूद हैं। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा क्या अभी सिचुएशन है जम्मू संभाग की अगर बात की जाए, क्योंकि उस तरह के ह्यूमन क्राइम तो नहीं है, लेकिन ओवरऑल सिचुएशन क्या है? कंट्रोल रूम सेटअप किए गए हैं?
जी, ये जैसे वार मिडिल ईस्ट में चल रही है, तो उसको देखते हुए गवर्नमेंट ने अपनी प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स पे स्टेट लेवल, डिवीज़न लेवल और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कंट्रोल रूम्स बनाए हैं, और पब्लिक में कोई भी रूमर्स जो फैल रहे हैं उनको हम मिटिगेट कर सकें। और इसीलिए ये आज बाइट देने का भी पर्पज़ ये था कि पब्लिक को यही इन्फॉर्म करें हम कि आप निश्चिंत रहें, एलपीजी, पेट्रोल, डीजल का स्टॉक सफिशेंट है, कोई भी क्राइसिस नहीं है। तो आपको अगर आपका सिलेंडर बुक करना है, एसएमएस, मिस कॉल, कॉल के थ्रू, व्हाट्सएप के थ्रू, जो ऑयल कंपनीज़ की ऐप्स है उनके थ्रू बुक कर सकते हो, गूगल पे से बुक कर सकते हो, और आप घर बैठ के अपनी डिलीवरी लें। और इन केस कोई भी कंपनी आपको नहीं डिलीवर करती है तो आप हमारे दिए गए नंबर्स पे जो मीडिया में दिए गए हैं उन पे कॉल करके आप अपना ग्रीवेंस लिखवा सकते हैं। हम इमीडिएट रिड्रेसल उसको विद इन 24 आवर्स करवाएंगे।
viewers, now US President Donald Trump has been seeming confused since the beginning of the war about what his narrative is as the escalations continue in West Asia. Earlier, he said that they have decimated the entire Iranian military infrastructure. Their navy is gone, air force is gone, their army is of no good use anymore. They also said that they've killed all senior military commanders. Later, he says that, the US and Israel have essentially won the war and the war will end soon. After that, he announces a 5-day truce, and essentially no truce happened. He also said that a peace deal is being brokered, a compromise is being reached with Iran, and that the US is in touch with very important people inside the Iranian authorities. But none of this has materialized. In fact, attacks have only grown. About 7,000 new troop deployments from the US are on its way as the war escalates in West Asia. And on the other hand, Israel and Iran continue to exchange strikes and counter-strikes. In fact, one recent that also happened at the Bushehr nuclear power plant, even when Donald Trump said that energy infrastructure will be left out of the war. Take a look at this.
Well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other... We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمسه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق برنمیگردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی هم شما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه
17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Getting you all the leads on the 2 big stories after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, almost 30 days into the war in West Asia, and there are no signs of de-escalation on the battlefield as Bushehr, a nuclear plant, still takes a hit today. We'll get you all the details on that and more. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav Modi now one step closer to face trial in India. DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined, recommends setting up an independent panel to conduct
comprehensive safety report and file a report. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast case, claims a deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links needs to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old boy who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of herds. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Russian Foreign Ministry condemns a US-Israeli strike near Bushehr plant, accuses them of attempting to spark a nuclear disaster. All right, viewers, we've got some breaking news developments from West Asia at this point. Now, after the premises of Iranian nuclear power plant in Bushehr was struck for the second time earlier this week, Russia's foreign ministry has now accused the US and Israel of trying to spark a nuclear disaster. Now, this comes with a second strike reported near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant, forcing Moscow to evacuate more staff from joint Iranian-Russian site. Now, the Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi reiterated his call for maximum restraint to prevent nuclear safety risks during the conflict. All right, viewers, retired Major General Rajan Kota now joins us on broadcast. He's a defense expert. Thank you, Major General, for joining us on Republic. Sir, I want to ask you, despite Donald Trump saying there's a 5-day pause in the conflict, there are no signs of de-escalation on the field. We're looking at a second strike on Bushehr nuclear plant this time, and with Moscow saying that US and Israel strikes could now spark a nuclear disaster. How do you look at these developments, sir?
Thank you for inviting me. I think this is a very, very serious development because Bushehr is a civilian nuclear facility. It's not being touted as a nuclear weapon making facility. Natanz, Isfahan and Fardo are those 3 major facilities where the fissile material is in excess of 65% enrichment. Here, this material here is just about 2.5 or 3% enrichment. And this has been certified by the IAEA. So I don't see any reason if this location can be connected with the nuclear weapons program. So the intention is very, very clear because Bushehr provides a large amount of electricity, especially to northern parts of Iran. Almost 2% to 3% of the total requirement of electricity is provided by this region. So in my own assessment, I feel that this is a method of causing hardships to the people of Iran so that they start coming out against the regime, which is unlikely to happen. And Russia has got its own teams here. There are, 4 reactors here, which are maintained by...
All right. Sir, I'll request you to just hold on to your thought. We've got some breaking news at this development. IRGC Navy commander has now been killed by Israel. It's a big claim that's made from the IDF side, saying that they have now eliminated IRGC Navy Chief Ali Reza Tangsiri, who's now been killed in the Israeli strike. Sir, coming back to you, I want to ask you, US says it's a pause. There are negotiations going on with Iran, but Israel continues the bombing. So do you think it's also a good cop, bad cop situation where they also try to achieve their military aims while also conducting talks at the backside?
You have made, because right from the beginning we have seen that Israel has not relented on its strike.
Yes.
And even on the day when Donald Trump made this statement for a 5-day cessation of hostility in Israel was still continuing. So it is very, very clear. It's a joint strategy between the US as well as the Israel, because no decision Donald Trump can take in this war without consent of Netanyahu. So we need to understand that, and the viewers also need to understand that whatever is happening right now in Iran, it's a joint strategy. So after having known this fact, I think what United States was doing was to buy time because it's a marine expeditionary force is on the way. I'm given to understand by Friday they will be in location close to the Strait of Hormuz, and it's about 2,500 of these, and also 82nd Airborne Division, approximately 4,000 of these paratroopers are also coming in. And my last point is that you see, America has been launching a very, very intensive attrition war, so that logistic stamina is wearing out. So these 5 days, what America would have done is beef up its interceptors, beef up its missiles to get into the next phase of battle, and a strong possibility is emerging that they may be a ground offensive to capture Kharg Island.
Right. So coming back to that link, you said that there could be a next phase of this conflict. We are seeing about 7,000 US soldiers. They're on their way to West Asia. This includes Marines and the ground combat forces. So do you think, as you mentioned also, that Kharg Island could be their next target? Then how do you envisage this conflict to escalate further?
What is happening is that Iran is not relenting. The demands what Iran has made on the US, I don't think is going to be agreed by the US in any case. And the US 10 points or 15 points demand has been made on Iran has had absolutely no effect on Iran. So it means that negotiations are not going anywhere, even if Pakistan, Turkey, or Egypt are involved. I don't think anything is going to happen as far as the negotiations are concerned, because both sides have to concede. They have to come to a meeting point. And unless you come to a meeting point, it's very, very clear that Donald Trump is not going to relent on the intensity of the war. And therefore, I think, you see, after having fought for 26 days, Donald Trump has realized that if he has to push into this war, he must try to capture a piece of land, and Kharg Island will dominate the Strait of Hormuz. But then again, his military commanders would have advised him to go against this kind of an option, because it's very, very easy to attack, but very difficult to hold, because subsequently you're going to see there'll be a huge volume of artillery on fire, especially from the Zagros mountains. You see, Iran has played its cards very well. It has prepared all kinds of contingencies. From the Zagros mountains, you may see artillery fire also happening, missiles also happening, and drones also happening. So the security of these Marines and these soldiers in Kharg Island, I think, as a military thinker, I would, and if I was an advisor to Donald Trump, I would not advise him to go for this operation.
All right. Major General, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast. I'll come back to you. We're getting some more developments from the battlefield. This time, in fact, we're getting some more developments from Iran. It seems that there have been more attacks that are now taking place. And we've got some breaking news developments at this hour. More developments are coming to light from war zone now. There have been strikes reported in several Israeli cities, including Haifa, Shemesh, West Bank, as well as Kafir, Qasm. Now, multiple buildings have been destroyed. One has been injured as well in these targeted strikes by Iranian missiles, and even cluster bombs are now being used by Iran. Now, Iranian missile fragments, they've landed in several parts, including a West Bank settlement, while 5 cluster bombs, they fell into Haifa. Now, just a short while ago, viewers, it has caused extensive damage as well to several buildings, while injuring a person in the leg with a minor injury. Now, damage was also caused to a home in West Bank settlement by these cluster munitions. So we are looking at Iran ramping up its attacks across Israeli cities, not just now using missiles and drones, but also cluster munitions. Major General Rajan Kochar continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Major General, coming back to you. Sir, we were talking about the big picture. You said that, there could be an invasion of Karg Island. I want to ask you, there is war fatigue on both the sides right now. Donald Trump here is looking for an off-ramp so that he can take a negotiated, respectful exit from this conflict. And we'll try and connect with Rajan Kochar there. But viewers, that's the big breaking news we are getting to you at this hour. Now, strikes have been reported across Israel. Multiple buildings have been destroyed. Injuries have also been reported across the cities of Haifa, West Bank and Shemesh. Major General Rajan Kochar is now back with us. Major General, coming back to you now. So I want to ask you, there is war fatigue on both the sides. It's almost a month since the war began. So if you say that, Donald Trump is looking for a big exit, an off-ramp, and Karg could be that exit, how do you think Iran is now going to react to that invasion? Because we have seen statements coming in from Iranian side that we are ready for US Marines and they are not ready to end this war on the terms and conditions of Donald Trump.
You see, it's like a cat and a mouse game happening right now because Iran has also played its cards well, and it has threatened that it will close the Strait of Hormuz permanently if there is a strike on Karg Island. And it has the capability to put mines there. It has got midget submarines, which so far have not been targeted by the United States because they're all underground and well concealed. And even with fishing boats in the night time also, mines can be laid in this area. And once mines are laid in this area, you can consider that a Strait of Hormuz will be permanently blocked. So I think that'll be a major economic concern, not only for Donald Trump and the Gulf countries, but for the entire world. So I see this to be an act of desperation, and I don't foresee this operation to be a great success. And I'm sure that because American military commanders are quite competent, I'm sure that they would have advised Trump against it. So maybe it's a psychological warfare being played as of now. We really don't know. In a couple of days, I think we'll be able to decipher what exactly Trump is planning to do.
All right, Major General, I'll come back to you, but we have some more developments now coming to light. This time it's from Japan. It is about the release of oil reserves. And now Japan here, we are seeing world over an energy crisis due to the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. Several countries are now resorting to releasing their strategic oil reserves, and Japan is also one of them. It has now released about 30 days worth of state oil reserves, which is aimed at ensuring a stable oil supply and to minimize the fallout from the war in the Middle East. Now, viewers, the release here began at Kikuma National Petroleum Stockpile Base in the western city of Imabari. It was transferred then to a nearby commercial refinery via pipeline, and the Japan Organization for Metals and Energy Security has released this information. The discharge of the state-held reserves comes just 10 days after Japan started releasing 15 days worth of oil from private sector reserves. Now, remember, there was also a meeting that took place between the Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi and Donald Trump. And we had seen Donald Trump also requesting several allies, including Japan, to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. But that's not the plan, how it panned out. However, Japan now releasing more strategic oil reserves to ensure that there is stable supply of oil as well.
Now, Major General Rajan Kota continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Coming back to you, and you said that it does not look like Iran will be willing to give up its control over Kharg Island. This could lead to a big economic crisis as well in terms of oil, in terms of crude, because it happens to be the major export center for Iran. So I want to ask you then, where do we see this conflict going in that case? Because, you know, that's the question on everyone's mind right now. It's been almost 30 days. It started with a 4-day period, and it does not look like there's a de-escalation in sight at all.
It's very interesting, your question. Everybody is wanting to find an answer to this question. And I think who will blink first is the question now. Who is going to blink first? Who's going to play his cards well? It's a very, very clever game of strategy. And, it's something like the game theory, which the management students are taught in MBA. So it is something like a game being played between the two countries as of now. And it's very important to understand that Iran has decided that it is not going to stop this war, and if this war is going to stop, it's going to stop on its own conditions. So if that is the resolve of the leadership of Iran and the will of the people, how much can you destroy Iran from outside? See, if you have to gain control here in Iran, you will have to move inside, and Iran has 16.5 million square kilometers of area and a diverse kind of a terrain. It will be a death knell for the Americans if they go inside. Americans also know it. So, so now is the question that where to what extent this war can end. I think Oman and Qatar have to play a slightly more proactive role here, because UAE and Saudi Arabia are now perceived to be seen in the camp of the United States as far as Iran is concerned, because Iran does not see these two countries as their friends. So I think now it boils down to Oman and Qatar. These are the two countries which possibly, if a kind of a mediation can come, and maybe some of the demands can be mellowed down, because that is the only flicker of hope. And if that does not happen, I'm sorry to say, this war will go for another 6 months.
All right, sir. Major Rajan Kota, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you and hear your analysis of these latest developments. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. And now, viewers, moving on to another news we're getting at this hour. Now, the director of a research at Bahrain Center for Strategic and International Studies, Omar, in fact, spoke to our executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, about the ongoing developments in West Asia. Where is the war headed, and what will be the role of West Asian countries regarding the mediation that could come in between Iran and the United States? Take a listen.
All right, joining us on this broadcast to understand what's happening in Middle East and West Asia after the announcement of President Trump's 5-day ceasefire is Mr. Omar Al-Obaiduli. He's Director of Research at the Bahrain Center for Strategic International and Energy Studies. Very welcome, Mr. Obaiduli. And my first question to you is, President Trump has announced a ceasefire, though of course it's specific to energy infrastructure. You think finally we are looking at the possibility of peace coming back to West Asia?
Thank you for having me. It's too early to say for sure, because this conflict has escalated and de-escalated at several points. And we also know that both sides are tough bargainers. However, it's definitely a welcome step in the right direction compared to the stress we were under in the last 48 hours when we were expecting a potential serious escalation.
All right, and my question is that if this is only for 5 days, this is only limited to energy infrastructure, which means that the war anyway continues. Israel, for example, has not commented at all on the peace, on the possibility of ceasefire from their side. So in a way, the war continues and the situation remains tense.
Yes, absolutely. The war continues, and even the 5-day commitment is a commitment that could potentially be, reneged upon at any time as circumstances evolve. So we're a long way from a situation where we can feel confident and calm. But I reiterate that if you compare this with what we were in the last 36 hours, it's still definitely something better, because it is easy to underestimate how catastrophic it would have been if we had a situation where the energy infrastructure and the electricity generation of 5, 6, 7 countries would have been destroyed and subjected to heavy bombardment. That would have resulted in heavy civilian suffering for all sides, and would have had big negative consequences for the global economy. So at least for the next 5 days, we have something that we can feel a little bit optimistic about.
All right, Mr. Obedli, I want to draw your attention to the fact that immediately after announcement by President Trump of the ceasefire, energy prices cooled down by as much as 12 to 15%. And the crude, which was above $112 to a barrel, came down to about $104 dollars to a barrel. You think that this trend is going to continue going forward, and the prices are going to cool down and the world can breathe easy?
Well, if I knew for sure, I'd be a very rich man. But I will say that at the moment, it seems that the one of the major issues that is affecting US policy is the oil price. And in particular, when the oil price rises, that means higher gasoline prices in the US, which is something that is politically undesirable. And so in principle, President Trump will be taking steps to avoid a situation that leads to increasing oil prices. And that's been reflected in his statements as well. He's definitely concerned about oil prices. However, at the same time, there's been a lot of rhetoric which suggests that the conflict is not over and that there may be some escalatory steps still in front of us. And President Trump has also indicated that he's willing to tolerate higher oil prices in the short term if it means securing strategic objectives in the long run. So for the time being, I think that this cooling off in the prices reflects some degree of optimism, but the markets are a long way from feeling secure. I would also add that one positive aspect coming from President Trump's tweet is that he indicated the existence of communication between the US and Iran. And although that was denied by Iran, it is plausible that there is some sort of back-channel communication, which is definitely something which will promote a peaceful resolution.
Okay, and in that case, what happens to the Hormuz choke? Do you see the possibility of that opening?
So I think that in the long run, all sides would like the Straits of Hormuz to be open and for civilian traffic and commercial traffic to be operating smoothly. What remains to be seen is exactly how that will be achieved and who will be in charge. We're yet to see a unified vision from the warring parties on that issue. However, the Gulf countries, along with several other countries, most other powers in the world, are adamant that the final conclusion should involve freedom of navigation throughout the straits, as you see in every other major waterway in the world, for the benefits of the region and for the benefits of the world.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, brutal daylight murder of a woman reported near Afzalpur. Video of killing goes viral from Kalaburgi, Azadpur. All that and more lined up ahead for you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरे
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. There is a development from West Bengal, poll-bound West Bengal. We'll tell you all about it, but the headlines first. Let's get started. top headlines, like we're trucking right now. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. The DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined, recommends setting up independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety report and file a report on it. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast, claims deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links needs to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching huts. 3 different incidents violence reported in last 24 hours. Reports say that IRGC Navy chief has been killed in Bandar Abbas amidst the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. Breaking news coming in from poll-bound state of West Bengal. Alleged attack was reported on BJP candidate's campaign in Basanti, 24 Parganas. One BJP party worker has been injured. Meanwhile, BJP candidate alleged that the TMC is behind the attack and many police personnel are also injured in this case. So we're getting these updates coming in here on Republic. We'll tell you a little bit more about what has happened so far. Okay, we'll put out the pictures. Now, in these pictures that we have put out on the screen, this is attack on BJP's candidate campaign in Basanti, South 24 Parganas. One BJP party worker has been injured. The BJP candidate alleged that TMC is behind that attack, and many police personnel have been injured. This is BJP's candidate in South 24 Parganas. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Harsha. Harsha, BJP candidate alleges that TMC is behind this attack. You know, we have seen earlier as well that a lot of BJP leaders and candidates, when it comes to elections and upcoming polls, have alleged that TMC could be behind that attack. If you could just give us the latest updates, pictures coming in from Basanti, West Bengal, what is happening there?
So Shivangi, at the time of elections, we have seen violence as a new normal in the state of West Bengal. And if we see that violence, every time there's an election situation, election campaigns, violence hits West Bengal, the state of West Bengal. And if we talk about this particular incident today, it was it is a Basanti candidate, BJP candidate, who was carrying out his rally, his election campaign in his own constituency from where he has been fielded from. At that time of the campaign, only TMC goons, they reached with the rods and bamboo sticks in their hands, and they started attacking the BJP karyakartas who were part of the campaign, who were part of the rally of the of the BJP candidate Vikas Shordar. We are getting to know this, that it was all in the presence of the state police. The state police was deployed during the campaign of the BJP candidate, and at most in the time when the MCC is already in the state of West Bengal, there's a model code of conduct which is imposed right now, and in the presence of the security officials, in the presence of the state government police official, this entire incident have taken place. If you see the visuals itself state that what was the gravity of the violence. In huge numbers, TMC goons, they came, they attacked the BJP karyakartas. In fact, they tried to attack the BJP candidate Vikas Shordar as well. Now, BJP candidate had clearly alleged that there is a TMC, they are the TMC goons. It is a TMC which is behind this attack, and also they are being shielded by the state government police official. To all our viewers to understand that during these campaigns, huge deployment of the police officials takes place at different vantages, at different points. But still, while BJP candidate was campaigning here in this location of Basanti, in presence of the BJP karyakartas, the TMC goons came, they attacked, and there was the attack with the bamboo stick, with the rods in the hand. They didn't leave any vehicle also there. Whatever was parked there, they had hit all those vehicles, and the visuals could be seen. There was a clash between both BJP Karyakarta and TMC. The BJP responded to the attack once when the TMC started attacking them with the rods and the bamboo stick. The visuals on our screen which clearly tells what is the gravity of the violence which took place in this particular constituency, Basanti, where the BJP candidate was campaigning. And it seems like they were shielded. They had the hands of the local police with them, and that's the reason how when they interfered, when they entered in middle of the campaign of the BJP, no police officials stopped them. They started beating the Karyakartas with the rods and stick. These are the visuals. Back to you.
That's right. Okay, we'll put all those pictures coming in. Let's take these pictures that are coming in after the BJP candidate was attacked. Violence has broken out. And remember, Harsha, you know, as you keep getting us those details, the election commission this time around is very serious when it comes to pre-poll and post-poll violence in West Bengal. We have seen violence break out before polls, during polls, and even after polls. Harsha.
Shivangi, you rightly pointed out, but one thing I would like our viewers to know that not the BJP candidate, but the BJP rally was attacked. The main focus, the main idea, intention of the TMC people were to attack the rally, were to disrupt the rally of the BJP candidate, because Sardar, who was at that time campaigning in the place where he has been fielded from, and to tell our viewers that the BJP candidate has not been hurt in any of way. But yes, the rally was the main target point. The rally was the main target of the TMC goons who that very point tried to attack the rally, tried to disrupt the rally, and they wanted the clash to happen. They wanted the violence to happen. They wanted the Basanti area to burn with violence, and that is the reason they didn't come unprepared. They came full prepared with the rods and sticks in their hand. The visuals are on screen, which clearly states that what BJP candidate is stating right now is that TMC came prepared, they came planned. And he's also alleging that the state government officials, that the police officials who were deployed in that particular area, they were aware that this clash is going to happen, but they didn't do anything as certain and that point of time to ensure that a violence doesn't happen. Also, Shivangi, today is such an important day. There's a Ram Navami, and also there was heavy deployment of police officials in several vantages of West Bengal. In total, 5,000 personnel were deployed in the state of West Bengal in different vantages to ensure that there's no clash, there's no violence anywhere. Today, at least today is the Ram Navami. Most of the places the Shobha Yatras are also carried out. But this particular incident is of the campaign, of the rally, of the candidate whose safety, whose security is of the utmost importance right now at the time when the leaders are doing election campaigns. But rather than police officials were standing there watching TMC goons attack the rally with the rods, with the bamboo sticks, and they were doing nothing. And that's the reason why BJP candidate is stating that the voices of the BJP Karyakartas went unheard at that moment of time. And also,
right, hold on for a second there. Former Union Minister of State and Nishit Pramanik is joining us. Thank you for joining us here. Mr. Pramanik, your first reaction, the BJP rally was attacked. And we have also seen, Mr. Pramanik, that the Election Commission is very serious this time around. They have put in measures to make sure that there is no unrest during elections. However, things are looking pretty bad just before the polls.
देखिए, एक विषय स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि हम लोग पहले भी बताया कि इलेक्शन कमीशन जो कर रहा है और जो कह रही है, ये और भी कठिनाई का सामना करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इलेक्शन कमीशन जो रूरल साइड है वहां पर विजिट ही नहीं किया। जैसे मुर्शिदाबाद हो, मालदा हो, बासंती हो, या फिर नॉर्थ बंगाल का कुछ बिहार या अलीपुरद्वार, जहां पर सबसे ज्यादा संघर्ष होता है और इससे पहले भी वायलेंस की घटना घटी है। सिर्फ घटना होने के बाद कोई आईएएस या आईपीएस को वो ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग करके ही इसका समाधान नहीं होता है, बल्कि पहले ही इतना ज्यादा प्रिकॉशन लेना चाहिए कि ऐसा घटना घटे ना। क्योंकि जब ऐसा क्लैशेस होता है, जब ऐसा ब्रूटलिटी होता है, जब ऐसा संघर्ष की घटनाएं पश्चिम बंगाल में होता है, तब जाकर कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लगता है कि बंगाल में रूल ऑफ लॉ है ही नहीं। लेकिन जब इलेक्शन कमीशन की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में चुनाव हो रहा है, तब इलेक्शन कमीशन को और भी ज्यादा सख्त और भी ज्यादा मजबूत होकर डिसीजन लेना चाहिए। और ये जो घटना हुआ है, ये घटना भी लैक ऑफ, मैं कहूंगा कि आपका जो है कि पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन की वजह से हुआ है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा डिप्लॉयमेंट चाहिए तो और ज्यादा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस का डिप्लॉयमेंट चाहिए। और इसको जो घटना का पीछे जो दोषी है, इमीडिएट उन लोगों को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
Mr. Prananik, आप भी contest कर रहे हो. You are contesting from Mato Bhango. You're also a candidate. The BJP released a second list and you have been fielded. You're also campaigning. What is your experience, Mr. Prananik? आपको लग रहा है कि TMC is making the situation more difficult on the ground?
See, this time after SIR, TMC is, ये लोग डर गई है और अभी ये लोग जो है अपनी बाहुबली पर उतर आए हैं, क्योंकि जब इन लोगों को पता चल गया है कि जब घोस्ट वोटर ही नहीं रहा, तब ये लोग इस चुनाव में ये लोग धराशायी होने जा रहा है। क्योंकि जिस घोस्ट वोटर और फेक वोटर की ये लोग पिछले कई बार चुनाव में जीते हैं, तो इस बार उन लोगों का ये जो है पॉलिसी जो है ये इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इसीलिए लोगों को डरा के एक फेयर साइकोसिस का माहौल पूरा जो है रूरल एरिया में ये लोग करना चाहते हैं, ताकि लोग कम से कम वोट देने आए और ये लोग जो है आपका मनमानी बूथ पर कर पाए। क्योंकि अगर वोटिंग परसेंटेज, पोलिंग परसेंटेज कम होता है, तो ये 4 बजे के बाद सीसी कैमरा ऑफ करके ये लोग वो छप्पा कर सकते हैं, यानी खुद वो वोट पोलिंग कर देते हैं। तो यही यहाँ का स्टाइल है और वो फेयर साइकोसिस क्रिएट करने का माहौल ये लोग बना रहा है। मैं कहूंगा इलेक्शन कमीशन को और मजबूती के साथ और जो है कठिन स्टेप लेना चाहिए। पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स चाहिए तो उसका ज्यादा डिप्लॉयमेंट करना चाहिए और उसके साथ साथ जो ब्यूरोक्रेटिक जो पोस्टिंग है वो भी इमीडिएट चेंज करना चाहिए। नीचे का जो लेवल का है, सेक्टर ऑफिसर से लेकर जो नीचे लेवल की जो बी कैटेगरी का ऑफिसर्स होता है, उनको भी सेम सब डिवीजन में ना रख के बल्कि दूसरा सब डिवीजन में ड्यूटी में भेजना चाहिए। क्योंकि ज्यादातर अधिकारी जो है वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉइज है और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इसको जब डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर या उसके माध्यम से जब इन लोगों का नाम जाते हैं, तो ये लोग ज्यादातर जो टीएमसी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ ज्यादातर जो नीचे लेवल का ऑफिसर है, उन्हीं लोगों का नाम इसमें रखते हैं।
All right, Mr. Prananik. Yes, thank you for joining us here, former Union Minister of State who's also contesting in the West Bengal elections, talking about this BJP rally which just has been attacked. The violence once again breaking out in West Bengal ahead of the polls. I'm being also joined by BJP leader Dilip Ghosh, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Ghosh, now we see that the BJP in West Bengal has said time and again that criminal elements and the Trinamool Congress have become one. And the BJP saying again and again that central forces have been deployed. Mr. Prananik is also saying that this is not enough. We need more central forces in West Bengal, given the fact that violence keeps erupting there before elections.
चुनाव घोषणा होते ही पहले ममता बनर्जी और उनकी पार्टी चुनाव कमीशन के खिलाफ, फिर एसआईआर के खिलाफ आंदोलन करते रहे। धीरे धीरे चुनाव जो आगे बढ़ रहा है उनकी स्थिति खराब हो रही है। लगभग 70-75 लाख जो फर्जी वोटर वो अलग हो गए हैं, उनको छांट दिया गया है लिस्ट से। अब उनका जितना मुश्किल हो रहा है, एक एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में 50,000 से 80-90 हजार तक फर्जी वोटर, मतलब 20 से 35% तक ऐसा फॉल्स वोटर था जो निकाले गए। इसलिए जितना मुश्किल है, इसलिए वो धीरे धीरे हिंसक हो रहे हैं, प्रेशर कर रहे हैं। और अभिषेक बनर्जी सीधा बोल रहे हैं बीजेपी वाले आएंगे तो उनको मारो पीटो, और ममता बनर्जी बोल रहे हैं जो भी हाथ में मिले हथियार लेके निकलो, महिलाओं को बोल रहे हैं। कल भवानीपुर ममता बनर्जी की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है वहां पर हमारा चुनाव ऑफिस उस जोन में, वहां पर अटैक किया उन लोगों ने। आज बासमती में हमारे कैंडिडेट्स के ऊपर अटैक किया है। तो जगह जगह और भी ज्यादा हिंसा बढ़ेगा, डराने का प्रयास वो लोग करेंगे। जो सेंट्रल फोर्सेज आई है वो तो आ गए हैं, मार्च पास्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इतने में काम होने वाला नहीं है। वो जानते हैं कि ये लोग चुपचाप खड़ा रहते हैं, पुलिस वाले उनको संचालन करते हैं। इसलिए जो बाहर से आए हैं ऑब्जर्वर, उनको ये कमांड हाथ में लेना चाहिए, सेंट्रल फोर्स को एक्टिव करना चाहिए, उनको एक्शन में आना चाहिए, नहीं तो जनता में जो भय की वातावरण अभी भी है वो निकलेगा नहीं और फ्री फेयर इलेक्शन हो नहीं पाएगा।
Mr. Ghosh, the BJP rally was attacked. Could you just tell us a little bit more about how many BJP workers have been injured? Because on our screens, we can see that multiple BJP workers have been injured. Could you just tell us a little bit more about this?
ये जो बासंती है, गोसाबा है, ये सुंदरबन क्षेत्र में आइलैंड से अलग अलग, वहाँ पहुँचना जाना आना इतना आसान नहीं है, 2-3 नदियाँ पार करके जाना पड़ता है, कम्युनिकेशन ठीक नहीं है। और वहाँ एक प्रकार से अलिखित रूप से गुंडाराज चालू करके रखे हैं। ये सुंदरबन से माफिया आते हैं, वहाँ से स्मगलिंग होती है, ये सब टीएमसी का नेक्सस है। जो बहुत पॉपुलर हुए शाहजहां, संदेश खाली में, ये भी सारे आइलैंड्स पे, एक आइलैंड से दूसरा आइलैंड नहीं जा सकते हैं। सरकारी वहाँ बना हुआ कंस्ट्रक्शन जो जिट्टी होता है पारापार करने की जगह, उसको कब्जा करके पार्टी बेस बना के रखे हैं टीएमसी वाले। लोगों का जमीन हड़प करके वहाँ फिशरी भेड़ी बना के रखे हैं, मछलियाँ खेती करते, दूसरे का धान का खेती का ऊपर जो चाहे करते हैं। अभी भी वहाँ शासन कायम करके शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव करना एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है।
Right, Mr. Ghosh. Also, you know the central forces have been deployed. So, according to you, what really went wrong there? Central forces have been deployed, the election commission being very careful. But what happened? Because we saw that the allegation has come in that even though there's a lot of preparation underway, this incident took place.
सेंट्रल फोर्स रास्ता में मार्च करने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, और हर चुनाव में होता है, पंचायत चुनाव में भी हुआ है। यहाँ पुलिस उनको संचालन करती है, जगह एक जगह गड़बड़ हो नॉर्थ में तो साउथ में उनको भेज देते हैं, वो लोग ऑफिस में बैठा कर रखते हैं। एक्शन में नहीं आने से क्या फायदा है? तो अभी भी वैसे ही हो रहा है। महीना भर पहले से आ गया सेंट्रल फोर्स, लेकिन हमारा जो परिवर्तन यात्रा हुआ, यात्रा के ऊपर अटैक हुआ, कई जगह फोर्सेस भी थी लेकिन कोई एक्शन नहीं हुआ है। तो टीएमसी वाले जानते हैं कि पुलिस जैसा बोलेगा और सेंट्रल फोर्स ऐसा करेगा। पुलिस हमारा ए टीम है तो सेंट्रल फोर्स बी टीम है, तो इसलिए सेंट्रल फोर्स को अलग करके डिप्लॉय करना चाहिए। नहीं तो बूथ के अंदर जो सरकारी कर्मचारी पोलिंग और प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर जाते हैं वो भी इनके साथ मिले हुए, या तो उनको डरा करके ये लोग फॉल्स वोटिंग करते हैं, फर्जी वोटिंग करते हैं और रिगिंग करते हैं। तो ये सब होना बहुत बार हम लिखित में बताए हैं, चुनाव कमीशन को सब पता है, उनकी जिम्मेदारी है उसको ठीक ठाक करके और निरस्त करना, नहीं तो लोग निकल के वोटिंग नहीं करेंगे।
All right, Mr. Ghosh, BJP leader Dilip Ghosh, thank you for joining us there. The BJP is saying that once again TMC is resorting to the politics of fear. This is something that the TMC, they say, has been doing for every election cycle. And let's go to my colleague Harsha on this. Harsha, now we have put out those pictures. There are 3 pictures on our screen: the BJP rally which was attacked, the violence breaking out, and the BJP workers who have been injured. So multiple BJP workers have been injured. Just coming back to you to get a input on what the latest is.
So Shivangi, the latest is that several BJP karyakartas who were injured badly in this violence clash which broke out between TMC and BJP, the karyakartas have been taken to the nearby hospital. But it's very sad state of campaigning, Shivangi. One must have to understand that how every time when there are elections in the state of West Bengal, and majorly when the opposition party goes to the ground to campaign for their particular constituency, at that particular time, every time the violence breaks out. This clearly states that how in the state of desperation the TMC leader Mamata Banerjee is right now, because every time they resort to violence to silence the opposition leader, to silence the BJP candidates who have been fielded against the TMC strong hits, and that's the reason why such violence visuals we see every time during election. And just the election campaign have rolled out, it has just started in full-fledged. We'll see more high-octane drama in several vantages and pockets of West Bengal. Bengal. But this clash in the Basanti, which broke out today morning, tells you that how is the security arrangement on this day as well, on Ram Navami, when there was supposed to be heightened security measures, heightened security officials deployed at several vantages. In the presence of the local police officials only, this entire clashes broke out. We saw the visuals how TMC Karyakartas were taking bamboo sticks and dots and they were running after the BJP Karyakartas. Such are the visuals from South 24 Parganas, Basanti area, from where, because Sardar is the BJP candidate who was campaigning in his rally, this entire incident has transpired, how the violence broke out, the clashes broke out, the TMC Karyakartas were running behind the BJP Karyakartas trying to disrupt the rally, not to be taken out rally from that particular vantage from where the BJP Karyakarta was taking out. Such were the visuals since morning when the BJP candidate took forward his rally, meeting people and also BJP Karyakartas in huge number. Right now we are seeing the visuals because there are 3 screens on our frame. Shivangi, we see how the injured BJP Karyakartas have been brutally targeted and have been injured brutally by the TMC Karyakartas, and they have been admitted in the nearby hospital. They have been injured, they have got massive head injury, knee injury, hand injury and thighs injury, which has been reported to the BJP Karyakarta by the medical superintendent of the hospital where they have been taken. But this is the latest update which we are learning right now. In fact, we got to know that when the situation got out of control, in fact, TMC Karyakartas, TMC goons, they attacked the police officials also who were deployed at that very rally point. And there are several police officials who are also have been injured. But in the first instance, Shivangi, it is the duty of the local police officials, if they are sensing that something like this is going to transpire in this particular rally, they should have stopped the TMC goons at that very moment, which didn't happen in this rally. For almost 15 to 20 minutes, to the stretch of 30 minutes, the TMC goons, they kept on attacking the BJP rally, BJP Karyakartas. After that, when police officials entered to stop the clash, they were also hurt, and we have got to know several police officials who have been hurt. They have also been taken to the nearby hospital. But yes, these are the visuals since morning from Basanti. Latest, we have got to know that the situation police is trying to have under control because the personnel have been deployed. We are understanding that the personnel will also be reaching that very point so that no untoward incident more now takes place in that particular area of South 24 Pargana, which is Basanti, where the BJP candidate, because Sardar was
BJP rally has been attacked. Harsha, thank you for getting those details. Harsha joining us live from our Republic Bangla newsroom. Okay, now tragedy occurred early this morning on the Bengaluru-Hyderabad National Highway in Kurnool district. A Volvo bus caught fire and was completely gutted, turning into ashes within minutes. The bus was travelling from Bengaluru to Hyderabad with 40 passengers on board. Here's more on this incident.
A Volvo bus caught fire with 40 passengers on board in Andhra Pradesh highway. The accident occurred around 6 a.m. when the bus was travelling from Telangana to Nellore. 12 feared dead after the bus collided with a lorry and caught fire. Authorities say around 20 injured passengers were shifted to nearby hospitals, where they are undergoing treatment. Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu expressed shock over the road accident. He conveyed his grief over reports that several passengers were burnt alive in the collision.
Coming in from the situation that is unfolding in West Asia, Ali Reza Tangasiri, the head of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps IRGC Navy, was reportedly killed in a precision strike in Bandar Abbas, southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Israeli media claims the strike was carried out by Israel, citing an official who stated that Tangasiri was responsible for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. However, Iran has not fully confirmed Tangasiri's death, leaving room for uncertainty. Tangasiri, who led the IRGC Navy since 2018, was known for his aggressive stance against the US and Israel and his killing marks a significant blow to Iran's military leadership. Big updates coming in here. On Republic, the Iranian Navy chief has been killed. Well, that is what the reports are saying. This is Al-Reza Tangsiri, killed in southern Iran, which is near the Strait of Hormuz. So back-to-back updates coming in here on the situation in the war. Now, we have seen that US-Israeli strikes continue to pummel Iran. IRGC released a new video of 82nd wave of Operation True Promise 4 being carried out at dawn today. Wave 82, I repeat, Wave 82 of Operation True Promise 4 was executed using destructive drones against predetermined targets, including, I repeat, including Arif Jan Al-Khajj, the US military logistics site, in response to the attack on Khorram Sheher. A Patriot radar system, a P-8 spy aircraft, hangar, US support fuel depots, an MQ-9 hangar, and a satellite communication dish. So we're getting these updates. Let's have a look at this video. And we were taking a short break. FIR filed against the accused minor in the hit and run case in Kalyan. And reports say that the IRGC Navy chief has been killed in Bandar Abbas amidst latest wave of precision strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, starting with our focus story for the day. Now, Indian government says that we have secured at least 60 days of energy supply and that there is no shortage, and all our oil supplying industries are working at over 100% of their capacity. We're getting you all the details onto that. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. The DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft that were examined, recommends setting up independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety report and file further reports. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast, claims a deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links need to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in a non-bailable offence after ramming a speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Reports say IRGC Navy Chief Tang Siri killed in Bandar Abbas amid latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, now the Ministry of Petroleum has taken full cognizance of the energy crisis in India. In fact, they have said that they have secured these supplies for the next 60 days and that India does not worry about any shortages hereforth. Now, they have said that over 60 days of supply has already been secured by Indian oil companies and that there is no shortage in supply. In fact, every refinery in India, as per the Ministry of Petroleum, is operating at over 100% capacity. In fact, they've said that India has no need to declare a national energy emergency, especially in regards with oil. Now, while some countries have declared a national emergency due to oil shortages like Philippines, they've said India does not perceive the need for any such strict measure to be placed. Now, they've said there is no shortage of supply in India, and the isolated incidents of panic buying have been reported at select petrol pumps only and were caused by deliberate spread of misinformation. Now, the government remains put on its resolve that there is no shortage of LPG or even oil in India. Now, remember, this comes as India continues to diversify its energy supply routes from 27 countries in the past to 41 partners now as the crisis looms large. We're being joined by my colleague Harsh to get us more updates onto the matter. Harsh, speak to us about the government's recent statement. They say the supply for the next 60 days has been secured, and this also comes as Jag Vasant is going to reach the Kandla port any time after today evening. Harsh.
Yes, right. This, in fact, is the big breaking that we are fetching, that the Indian government has maintained that there is no need for India to declare a national energy emergency. However, remember, there are some countries around the world that have declared national energy emergency, but India is not in a place where we have to declare some kind of energy with regards to our energy reserves. The government of India has also maintained that we have secured, that Indian oil marketing companies have successfully secured 60 days of crude reserve, which clearly means that we are in a comfortable position. Also remember that throughout the time when we have been attending the interministerial briefings, the government of India has continued to maintain that there is a cause of concern with regards to liquid petroleum gas. However, the supply of domestic LPG, at least at this point, remains to be 100%, and there is no cause of panic booking. And the only few instances that have been reported across the country where there are some kind of lines and queues outside vendors and retailers is because of deliberate spread of misinformation that is to be avoided at this hour. And also, we earlier broke for our viewers this morning that Jag Vasant, which is an LPG carrier that passed through the Strait of Hormuz earlier on Monday, is about to dock at the Indian port later today evening. Now, this LPG carrier is carrying approximately 45,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas, which will be prioritized and which will be sent to the end consumer as soon as it will be docked at the Kandla port later in the evening today. Also, what should be noted is that there is another big oil vessel, big LPG vessel that has traveled through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this vessel is called the Pine Oil, which is carrying nearly 45,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas and will be docked at the New Mangalore port tomorrow. Now, the expected arrival date of this vessel is tomorrow, and when we combine the total liquid petroleum gas that these two vessels are carrying, it comes down to somewhere around 92,000 metric tons. And
Right,
it is a big supply of LPG, especially at this hour when LPG remains to be a cause of concern here in India.
Right, Harsh. In fact, also speak to us about the fact that, oil prices have not budged in India, except for the premium oil. No price hike has been seen, or fuel price hike has been seen in India's pumps. That has been the case with many countries, especially in the global south. But at the same time, the government spoke about panic buying at petrol pumps, which was actually triggered by a barrage of fake news that was being spread across. Talk to us about that also, Harsh.
Well, right. In fact, we managed to question the Ministry of Petroleum in regards to is there any plans at the government's end to raise the price of petroleum here in India, where they have continued to maintain that we are in a comfortable position, at least when we talk about crude oil and petroleum, and there is no need to panic. Now, when we talk about misinformation, it is also to be noted that there are social media posts that are circulating online round the clock that ultimately becomes the reason of people deliberately lining outside petrol pumps and in fact LPG retailers, which comes as a cause of concern because the Petroleum Ministry has continued to maintain that users must ensure that they book their cylinders online and delivery of their cylinders will be ensured right at their doorstep, and there is no need to line up outside vendors because at least at this hour the Petroleum Ministry
Harsh, in fact, continue being with us. On the same conversation that we're having right now, there's another big breaking development that comes in. Now, the government has warned that there will be strict action taken against everybody who is involved in spreading misinformation and creating panic buying or panic hoarding from LPG to fuel. The government has now said that they will take strict action against those who are spreading panic, who are spreading misinformation, and a strict action will be taken against those who are involved in spreading a panic. The conversation that we were having just right about now, where my colleague Harsh also mentioned that they spoke to the Petroleum Ministry specifically about the issues regarding panic. Harsh, speak to us about what was the ministry's response. You know, they have now said that they will take strict action against anybody and everybody that's involved in spreading misinformation and creating panic amongst consumers.
Right, in fact, this notification from the Government of India and the Ministry of Petroleum becomes very crucial at this hour, when the Ministry of Petroleum on one hand continues to maintain that there is some cause of concern in regards to liquid petroleum gas. However, they also continue to maintain that there is no need of panic buying because 100% supply of domestic LPG is being ensured and cylinders are being delivered at the consumer's doorstep. Now, when there are videos circulating online spreading misinformation regarding shortage of liquid petroleum gas or in regards to petroleum or crude, now the government has clearly said that strict action will be taken against whosoever will be found guilty for spreading misinformation that ultimately comes at a point where we are in some kind of global crisis where LPG remains to be a cause of concern. However, Government of India has continued to ensure that 100% supply of domestic LPG reaches the end consumer.
Us a detailed rundown on both of those stories, but for now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and track what's happening in the poll-bound state of West Bengal. Now the battle for Bengal is only getting sharper. The state goes to polls in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th. The BJP has now released a third list securing over 19 constituency names and their candidates that will be fighting for the great battle in Bengal as the assembly elections inch closer. Now, also the BJP has given a ticket to the RG Kaur rape victim's mother from the Panihati constituency in West Bengal as the poll-bound state now gears up for the big competition. Now, take a look at this.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Devnath, the mother of the RG Kaur victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's RG Kaur hospital, BJP declared Ratna Devnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Devnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the tragedy that took place in Kalyan, where a businessman died on spot after a minor boy driving his car rammed into him. Now, in the recent update that we have, the juvenile's mother, who is the main accused in the case and is also wanted by the police for investigation, for interrogation, is suffering from breathing problems and has been hospitalized. Now, on your screens, you see a visual that is of a speeding car that rams into a businessman's cycle. While he was cycling in Kalyan, he was killed on the spot. Now, Srinivas Tandale was the businessman who was cycling at that time, and he died on the spot after being struck by a speeding car that was being driven by a juvenile boy. Now, his mother is the main accused in the Kalyan hit-and-run case, and the police is looking to interrogate the mother of the juvenile who rammed the car into the businessman's cycle, killing him on the spot. A cold murder that unfolded on the streets of Kalyan. Now, his mother is reeling with breathing issues. issues and has been hospitalized. That is the latest update that we have. Now, this entire sequence of events leading up to the accident was captured by a nearby CCTV camera, and you see its footage on your screens. According to reports, this minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out onto the ring road. Now, while driving, he lost complete control of the steering and violently goes on to ram into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road. From behind, the impact was so huge that the businessman died on spot. The police has taken the 17-year-old into custody and a case has also been registered. But his mother remains to be the main accused in the case and is reeling with breathing problems and has been hospitalized. We have more on the story. Take a look.
24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे के सुमारास जो सक्सेना लॉन्स है उधर से एक तांदड़े नाम का व्यक्ति साइकिल पे एक्सरसाइज करने जा रहा था। पीछे से एक कार आके उसको उड़ाई थी और उधर से वो ब्लीडिंग ज़्यादा होने से वो गुज़र गया। और जब हमने उसके मालूमात निकाला CCTVs एंड इन्फॉर्मर्स के तहत तो गाड़ी का नंबर मिल गया। इट वाज I-20 कार और जो I-20 कार थी वो पांडे नाम की महिला के नाम पे था और ये जो गाड़ी चला रहा था वो जुवेनाइल था। उसका उम्र 16 साल 8 महीने थे और उसको हमने कल शाम में ढूंढ के निकाला है। उसको जुवेनाइल बोर्ड में भेजा है उसको रिमांड होम में और आज जुवेनाइल बोर्ड के सामने पेश किया जा रहा है। और जो गाड़ी थी और गाड़ी जिसके नाम पे थी उसकी मां को भी ये केस में वांटेड एक्यूज बताया गया है। उसको हम जल्दी अरेस्ट करेंगे। शाम को 8 बजे के सुमारास जो सक्सेना लॉन्स है उधर से एक तांदड़े नाम का व्यक्ति साइकिल पे एक्सरसाइज करने जा रहा था। पीछे से एक कार आके उसको उड़ाई थी और उधर से वो ब्लीडिंग ज़्यादा होने से वो गुज़र गया। और जब हमने उसके मालूमात निकाला CCTVs एंड इन्फॉर्मर्स के तहत तो गाड़ी का नंबर मिल गया। इट वाज I-20 कार और जो I-20 कार थी वो पांडे नाम की महिला के नाम पे था और ये जो गाड़ी चला रहा था वो जुवेनाइल था। उसका उम्र 16 साल 8 महीने थे और उसको हमने कल शाम में ढूंढ के निकाला है। उसको जुवेनाइल बोर्ड में भेजा है उसको रिमांड होम में और आज जुवेनाइल बोर्ड के सामने पेश किया जा रहा है। और जो गाड़ी थी और गाड़ी जिसके नाम पे थी उसकी मां को भी ये केस में वांटेड एक्यूज बताया गया है। उसको हम जल्दी अरेस्ट करेंगे।
Was getting in a fresh breaking development. Now, Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to visit West Bengal tomorrow as the polls inch closer. The state is set to go to vote on 23rd and 29th of April. And before that, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to visit West Bengal just tomorrow as part of BJP's intensified campaign for the upcoming state assembly elections. Not just this, Shah will also formally release a charge sheet against the ruling Trinamool Congress. Now, this document is expected to detail alleged corruption, governance failures and law and order concerns under the Mamata Banerjee government. Now, the BJP also plans to release a white paper highlighting what it describes as 15 years of misgovernance under the Trinamool Congress and their supremo Mamata Banerjee. In fact, joining us live to get us more updates on the matter is Harsha. Harsha, speak to us about this visit. It's not just key for the BJP's campaign, but also a charge sheet and a white paper are also expected to be released by the BJP. Talk to us about the details of the visit.
Ishita, you rightly mentioned there's a very important 2-day schedule of Home Minister Amit Shah. We can't ignore the very interesting document in detail which Home Minister Amit Shah will be releasing day after tomorrow, which is on 28th, has been termed as charge sheet. This charge sheet is against the misrule and the how economy has been quashed in the state of West Bengal by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. It will give the all detailings of the violence of the economic growth didn't happen here, and also about the misconduct, the attacks, how the projects, the money, the funds which was given by central government to the state to ensure the infrastructure development and the upliftment of the several sectors of the society, none has been used. The funds have not been used. So this will not be, let's say, 1 or 2 page document, but it will be a detailed document. And also this document will also set a template for the BJP party leaders who will be arriving in West Bengal. They'll be using the content of this template also during their speeches, during their campaigns in the state of West Bengal, wherever they go. So we can very well say this charge sheet which Home Minister Amit Shah will be releasing tomorrow is about the misgovernance of the Mamata Banerjee government in the state of West Bengal for 15 years and how this has led to the massive quashing of the economic growth and massive hatred amongst the urban sectors towards Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and till now how the funds which are allocated by central government to state government to use till now has not been used, and only the party has used it for their own benefit. So this is the reason why this Amit Shah's travel, 2 days visit to West Bengal is of utmost importance. Home Minister will also be meeting the party karyakartas and officials, strategizing the election, the campaign, or also the upcoming manifesto release as well, which the party is set to do in the first week of April. Back to you.
In fact, continue being with us. We're also getting some more breaking development. Now, at least 8 people have been arrested by the state police in Basanti incident, where BJP candidates' rally was attacked by TMC goons. 8 arrests have been made so far. Now, police officials have also assured that the election commission of more arrests of miscreants who were involved in the clash. These are the scenes that unfolded. Pre-poll violence has taken over West Bengal. TMC party workers, TMC's goons heckling the BJP as the state goes to polls in less than a month. Take a look at the violence, the visuals that you see on your screens. This is what West Bengal is reeling under right before the state goes to polls. 8 people have been arrested so far. My colleague continues joining us. What are the details that you can get us on the case?
So, Gesu, right now, the latest update in this case of the Basanti area where BJP candidate was rallying, the latest update is that 8 people have been arrested so far, and this is what the police officials of the Baroipur area have just informed the state chief electoral officer in the state of West Bengal that till now 8 arrests have been made so far. More unknown miscreants and the disturbing elements who actually attacked and were creating violence and were the part of the clashes in this BJP candidate rally. They will be arrested by evening, but till now the major update is that 8 people have been arrested so far, because Kesu, if you see the visuals, you see how they are holding, the TMC supporters, goons are holding bamboo logs, the tree log in their hand, and they are running behind BJP karyakartas who were part of the BJP candidates rally, and they were beaten up very brutally that they have been severely, karyakartas who are injured and admitted in the hospital. The Election Commission has informed us that 8 arrests have been made so far. There's no need for the complaint or FIR to lodge because the attack was posed to the police officials also who were deployed during that campaign as well. And that is the reason why more arrests will take place. We'll see more arrests happening during this time of the day. But yes, 8 arrests has happened. There's the breaking update in this Basanti clash which has been reported in the South 24 Parganas area today afternoon. Back to you.
Harsha, thanks for getting us a detailed rundown. We will closely keep an eye on the story with you, of course, on ground. But for now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. Now, viewers, India is recalibrating its energy sources as India has now diversified its energy supply routes and imports as the West Asia tension escalates. Now, for the first time in many years, India is all set to get another shipment, an Iranian vessel, Aurora, that brings energy resources to India. Not just that, as US has now, for a brief period, lifted sanctions on Russian oil, Indian diplomats have found a way around and are making the most out of that situation also. India's diplomacy at the fore, not just mediating with the Russian oil, but also Iranian vessels that are bringing new hope to India as energy partners have been diversified from 27 previously to 41 now. Take a look at this.
India has reportedly purchased its first cargo of Iranian LPG in years. This comes after the United States temporarily eased sanctions on Tehran's oil and fuel exports. The move is being seen as both strategic and urgent. The sanctioned tanker Aurora, loaded with Iranian LPG, is now expected to dock at Mangalore on India's west coast. What makes this even more critical is the backdrop of disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, a key global energy route shaken by the ongoing West Asia war. In 2019, India has shunned energy purchases from Iran under pressure from Western sanctions. Historically, Iran was a significant supplier to India, accounting for as much as 11.5% of total crude imports at its peak as per data. Similarly, amid West Asia war, India purchased nearly 60 million barrels of crude oil from Russia for delivery next month. India is paying a premium of $5 to $15 per barrel above Brent. This move comes after a 30-day waiver by the United States allowing delivery of Russian oil already loaded before March 5. The relief window later extended to shipments at the sea before March 12 and widened further to support countries hit by supply disruption. From Iran to Russia, India is diversifying its energy bets to secure supplies, even as global tensions reshape the oil market.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, news and updates continue. Now, it's a huge win for ED and the CBI as a court in UK rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen an extradition case. Nirav now one step closer to facing trial in India. In fact, on the other side, unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Getting you all the details on the 2 stories on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen the extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. The DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined, recommends setting up independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety report and file a report. NIA seeks more time to probe the Red Fort blast claims. Deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links needs to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Reports say IRGC Navy Chief Tangsiri killed in Bandar Abbas amid latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the latest update coming in from the situation in West Asia. Now, in the latest, we're getting an update from the activities of the United States. Now, what we understand is that the United States is preparing for the final blow of the Iran war. It's the Pentagon that's preparing the final blow, what is called the massive final blow of the Iran war. And the Pentagon is developing military options for a final blow in Iran that could include the use of ground forces and a massive bombing campaign, according to 2 U.S. officials and 2 sources with knowledge. So we see that the situation continues to escalate, and while the U.S. is planning for a military option, this is what is being touted as the final blow. Now, what could that be? There's nothing that has been outlined. But given the activities of the United States forces, we do, of course, have seen indications of how there have been a massive deployment and build-up from the United States. And in the meanwhile, viewers, what's happening in Lebanon? We have some breaking development coming in. This is on the situation in Lebanon. The IDF is pushing for the ground offensive to target the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and that's the breaking news we have right now. 91st Division of the Israeli Defense Forces have carried out the targeted operation of the in southern Lebanon. Now, footage of the troops in a targeted ground operation in southern Lebanon has been released. They continue the ground operations. They're calling it targeted ground operations, saying that it is to enhance the forward defense area in southern Lebanon. And so far, the division troops have dismantled over 350 Hezbollah terror infrastructure targets and eliminated over 330 terrorists, including dozens of operatives from the Radwan Force unit. And in addition to that, numerous weapons and military equipment were located in the area, including night vision devices, military vests and missile launchers, RPG rockets, magazines, Kalashnikov rifles and a machine gun to plan and carry out terrorist attacks against the IDF troops in the state of Israel. Okay, so you can see this is the ammunition that has been recovered by the Israeli Defense Forces in southern Lebanon as they continued the targeted operations against the Hezbollah, that is the Lebanese militant group, Lebanese terror group backed by Iran, the Shiite militia. And you have the various other, the flags, the posters, everything that has been seized, and this has been This is first and exclusive on Republic TV. All right, viewers, and now we have another update coming in this situation. Trump is desperate for support. He wants to have a dialogue with the different nations. And in the latest, Zelensky of Ukraine has said that the United States has reached out regarding their bases in Middle Eastern countries. So Zelensky says that Trump has also been approached. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Zelensky has also been approached by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Jordan and Kuwait. Zelensky says, and I quote, "We are already working with some of them, and our expert teams are already on the ground, assessing the situation and sharing invaluable experience, because no matter how many Patriots, the THAADs, or other air defense systems are in the Middle East, that alone is not enough for fully effective air defense. There are modern interceptors designed to counter heavy drone strikes." And now we are further discussing future deliveries of certain equipment that Ukraine has. We want Middle Eastern countries to give us the opportunity to strengthen ourselves as well. They have some air defense missiles that we lack. We would like to reach agreement on that. All right, so that is Zelensky saying that the US and the Gulf nations have sought help from Ukraine. Meanwhile, we have some more updates coming in right now. This is, okay, we'll just get you more details as to the other updates that we are getting in. But in the meantime, we're telling you that how Zelensky has said that United States has reached out to Ukraine. All right, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. The Prime Minister is holding a meeting tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. And that's the breaking news we have right now. The Prime Minister will be holding meeting with chief ministers over West Asia war. So we've seen that how first there was a CCS meeting, then we saw Rajnath Singh also holding a meeting with our military leadership. And now we have the Prime Minister who has called for a meeting at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow evening on the situation in West Asia. He will be holding a meeting with the chief ministers across the country. And Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Gursimran, tell us more details about this meeting, please.
It is Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, who has said and confirmed that there is a meeting that is going to be held by the Prime Minister Nirav Modi tomorrow evening at 6:30, wherein he has also been invited as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And he said that it will be briefed to the participants regarding the situation that is prevailing in the West Asia, especially related to the Iran situation and also the crisis that is brewing in. So this has been shared by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, when we asked him on the situation that is evolving resolving with regards to the LPG and the fuel. He said that there is no situation is totally in control. There is no shortage of fuels. And then replying to that, he said that the Prime Minister has called a meeting in which he has been invited as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And this meeting will take place tomorrow evening, in which the Prime Minister will be sharing the present situation with regards to the situation that is presently in Iran and the ongoing conflict between United States, Israel and Iran, and all the details will be shared. We are yet to get more details with regards to this meeting, but this has been confirmed to us by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah.
All right, many thanks to Simran for joining us with details coming in on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. So Iran is now continuing to hit different parts of Israel. There is no sign of de-escalation, at least in the war zone. We clearly see that Iran is refusing to back down. And in the latest, it has hit another part of Israel. It has attacked the city of Ganai Tikva. Fresh visuals from Ganai Tikva also on your screens now, showing a vehicle. We'll just spray that out. It shows a vehicle that was damaged in the attack. And these are different parts of Israel that continue to be pounded by Iran. In the latest, this is from the Ganai Tikva. You can see this car, these several cars that have been set ablaze. Seems to be an area which was a lot of cars parked there. And this is a consequence of the Iranian strike. This is coming in from the city of Ganai Tikva, and that a massive blaze that you can see. In fact, these are several cars that are on fire after this strike. So Iran continues to strike multiple parts of Israel. It remains unaffected by what Trump is saying. It has rejected the conditions that has been offered by Donald Trump, by United States. So clearly we can understand that there is no de-escalation. Iran shows no signs of de-escalation.
Fireball.
So viewers, this is just the latest. We have some other cities also that have been hit in Israel, hit by the Iranian missile strike. Cities having impact are Shemesh, Haifa, West Bank, Kfar, Qasim. They have all been targeted by Iranian missiles, and even the cluster bombs. Missiles in Beit Shemesh of Israel. Iranian missile fragment has landed in West Bank settlement also. 5 cluster bombs fell in the Haifa and in Haifa area just a short while back, and it caused massive damage to a building. Also injured a person in the leg with minor injuries. In fact, damage was caused due to a home in a West Bank settlement by an apparent cluster munition impact following Iran's ballistic missiles attack on central Israel. We see that central Israel has been a prime target of the Iranians in this war. Local authorities say that 2 homes in 2 settlements have been damaged in the attack, with one apparently being hit by a bomblet. So you have visuals from different cities of central Israel, from Shemesh to Haifa to Kfar Qasim. They've all been hit. The different cities in central Israel and beyond as well. They've all been hit, and these are buildings that have also been destroyed. And just a while back, we showed what happened in Ganai Tikva, where several cars have been burned down because of that strike. All right, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. The Minister of Defense has inspected the Kuwait International Airport to assess the extent of material damage and to review the efforts and readiness of the relevant authorities. Now, Minister of Defense Sheikh Abdullah Al Salem Al Sabah of Kuwait has conducted his inspection, visiting the Kuwait International Airport this morning as part of field follow-up efforts to assess the aftermath of the heinous drone attack on one of the vital infrastructure components of Kuwait International Airport, which targeted the aircraft fuel supply tanks, and to monitor the efforts being made to control the fire. Satellite imagery from the 25th of March reveals this massive plume of black smoke rising over Kuwait International Airport after a drone strike hit nearby fuel shortage facilities. Okay. Now, viewers, the Director of Research at Bahrain Center for Strategic and International and Energy Studies, Umar Al-Obaidili, has spoken exclusively to Republic TV's Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor on the situation, the ongoing war in West Asia. And in this 4-minute conversation, they've touched upon multiple aspects, including the energy crisis, the global energy crisis as a result of this war. Take a listen in.
Bahrain, along with the United States, has been accused of false flag operation because it seems that the drone attack, because of which a Patriot missile was used by the United States, did not happen. And so how is it being seen there on the ground? The fact that Iran maintains that all the Gulf countries allowed their territories to be used against Iran, so their infrastructure or their targets are legit for Iran.
So I would say that, first of all, I'm an economist, I'm not a military expert, but I will say that international law does not allow the targeting of civilian infrastructure under any circumstance. And the Gulf countries have not attacked anyone's civilian Gulf infrastructure, nor is there any justification for their civilian infrastructure being attacked. And that is something that they've always adhered to. And I cannot speculate about the existence of false flags. I do know for sure that Bahrain would not be involved in any sort of false flag. That is not the way we do business. But as you're well aware, when a war starts, the first casualty is usually the truth. And there'll be a lot of crazy conspiracy theories circulating.
Yeah, there is, of course, a lot of fog of war and things happen during that situation. But Mr. Obaidili, my question, and you know, India, rest of the world, everyone wants to know is, the kind of damage that energy infrastructure has taken in this war, more on the side of the Gulf countries, but also in the case of Iran, energy supplies are disrupted, and even the production at the source is disrupted. How long before things can normalize in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, wherever these oil refineries are struck? And how long before normalcy can be the world can look at normalcy returning insofar as oil and gas supplies are concerned?
Well, there's multiple parallel timelines. There's, first of all, the upstream, which is the fields. That should be something that is relatively quick to resume. What will take a little bit longer, because we still have uncertainty of the Straits of Hormuz, is the distribution end of the chain. Because even once the oil is being produced and the gas is being produced, it'll take time to have to deliver it and for the commercial freight to be resumed in a viable way. I would also add that in some specific cases, such as the example Qatar, there's been heavy damage to the production facilities that will take many months and maybe even more than months to repair. So there's multiple overlapping timelines on how to get everything back to normal. But for the time being, people are not thinking so much about the long run as they are on the ending the proximate conflict and reaching a situation where none of the warring parties target energy infrastructure, because that is something that is completely unacceptable and runs counter to all stated aspirations.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Omar Al-Obaidili there joining us from Bahrain. He's Director of Research at the Bahrain Center for Strategic International Energy Studies. Thank you, Mr. Obaidili.
Now, President Trump has repeatedly claimed that the major success has been achieved in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated, that negotiations are underway with what he calls the right people, and that US has essentially won. However, Iran sharply rejects these claims. Despite Trump's optimistic statements, the war continues. The US is deploying now nearly 7,000 additional troops to this region. Here's more.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other people. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خود درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق برنمیگردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی هم شما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there, it got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in from the valley. Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has now said that if people continue to queue outside and make lines outside the petrol pumps after the social media rumors that have triggered panic, he will shut down all of these petrol pumps. Now, Umar Abdullah said that rumors are being spread like a wildfire, that he has taken a review meeting and that there is no shortage of any LPG or fuel. And he says that the union government has also reviewed the situation, that there is no shortage. And he also urges people not to run to petrol pumps based on social media rumors, or else he will close the petrol pump for days. He also goes on to say the situation will deteriorate if we run on rumors, saying that the Prime Minister has called a meeting tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. wherein he will also be participating. Gursimran Singh joins us. Gursimran Singh joins us for more on this. Gursimran, well, now, we just see that Omar Abdullah is now saying that, almost threatening that he will close all the petrol pumps if at all, if at all people start to throng to these petrol stations. Because we've seen for the longest time, Gursimran, that there has been panic that has caused the hoarding of LPG cylinders and also of long queues at the petrol pumps.
Yes, Rakshita, you have rightly mentioned that Omar has warned the people that if they continue to believe on the social media post and if they continue to behave like this with the long queues outside the petrol pumps, then he will be forced to shut the petrol pumps across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This was in reply to our question when we asked him on the prevailing situation of the LPG and the fuel supply in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. He said that we have been holding the...
के साथ भी अगर अमेरिका का वाइस प्रेसिडेंट वहां जाके इन लोगों के साथ बातचीत करने के लिए तैयार है, अगर इनके बातचीत के जरिए जो है ये जंग जो है ये रुकेगी, तो मुझे तो नहीं लगता है किसी को इस पे एतराज होना चाहिए।
सर, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर सर हेल्थ को लेके एक सवाल है। जम्मू कश्मीर में जो होटल आयुष्मान के साथ लिंक है, उनकी पेमेंट्स अगस्त के बाद नहीं हुई, 450 करोड़ पेंडिंग है, एक हेल्थ क्राइसिस ब्रूइंग इन है। सर, किस तरह से देखते हैं? पहले भी हॉस्पिटल्स ने जो है 10 दिन काम बंद किया था, तो काफी क्राइसिस हुआ।
All right, viewers. So with that, we step into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll get you more update on the meeting that Omar Abdullah was talking about. The Prime Minister has called for the meeting of all chief ministers tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. as they will be briefed on the West Asia war, the impact here in India, and the measures to be taken.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pre-poll violence in Bengal, South 24 Parganas. Several BJP workers injured after the attack on rally. BJP alleges TMC hand. DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined. Recommends setting up of independent panel to conduct a comprehensive safety report and then file that report. NIA seeks more time to probe the Red Fort blast case. It claims that deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links which need to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Reports say the IRGC Navy Chief Tang Siri has been killed in Bandar Abbas amidst the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, we start with the breaking news coming in right now. The Turkish-operated oil tanker carrying crude oil from Russia was attacked early this morning in the Black Sea, possibly by an unmanned surface vehicle. Turkey's Transport Minister Abdulkadir Uraloglu says that a Turkish-operated oil tanker was attacked early Thursday in the Black Sea, possibly by an unmanned surface vehicle. Turkey's Transport Minister Abdulkadir Uraloglu has said so. Same information that I'm quoting from what he said that the Turkish-operated tanker was attacked near Black Sea, viewers. So we see how, and this was carrying a Russian oil, mind you. So we have to understand how did it get hit, who hit this vessel. This is a Russian oil-carrying vessel. And meanwhile, extensive destruction in Tel Aviv is caused by Iranian missiles during the latest wave. Now, we'll show you those visuals that will be played out in a few seconds from now from the side. This is in Tel Aviv. The Iranians continue to hit parts of Israel. And they are, of course, sending out a message that this deal that U.S. is talking about, the condition they have put up, is not what they will agree to, and they continue with the hostilities, both sides in fact, and Iran continues to hit parts of Israel, even as the U.S. says that the air missile system, the capabilities have all been destroyed. But then Iran continues to pound Israel, and this is a visual from Tel Aviv where you see the cars being damaged. This is the aftermath. In fact, visuals show destruction in Tel Aviv after the Iranian strikes. And now, talking about Dimona, viewers, images have surfaced that show the destruction following Iran's retaliatory missile strike on Dimona. Now, Dimona, remember, is very, very important. There have been hundreds of casualties in Dimona. And the fact that Israel's nuclear facility, nuclear research center is also in Dimona, and hence it was hit by the Iranians. You have this fresh visual. Dimona nuclear power plant is hit. We do not know if it's exactly the nuclear center that was nuclear research center that was hit, but it's located in the Negev desert, and it's 13 kilometers southeast of the city of Dimona. And you can see that a huge plume of smoke that is billowing, and that's the visual we have right now, which we are hitting. First on Republic TV, it's a visual that is coming in. I think it's from Israeli sources. All right, so what can Trump do now? Trump says, and I quote, NATO nations have done absolutely nothing to help with the lunatic nation, now militarily decimated, of Iran. The USA needs nothing from NATO, but never forget this very important point in time. President Donald J. Trump, unquote. So he continues to attack the NATO. He continues to fire his verbal volleys against the NATO, saying that US now needs nothing because NATO did not offer any support. And now he is so miffed that he says that he will never forget this time. So Donald Trump again taking on the NATO with his posts and saying that America actually doesn't need anything, but that America will remember. Yeah, that NATO has done nothing to help with Iran, but it doesn't even need anything now. Now, this is as we see that NATO has rejected any sort of involvement, and in fact, we've seen that Trump continues to slam NATO allies, and there has been, of course, a lot of criticism from Donald Trump against NATO. They are not ready to help US and Israel in the Strait of Hormuz, and Trump blasts the NATO allies, and also saying earlier a week back he said that that NATO is making foolish mistake over Iran, and now he's saying that is nothing to help with Iran, and NATO has done nothing to help with Iran. NATO is reluctant on the Iran conflict. We've seen that NATO has refrained from involving itself, and now he again slams the NATO, saying that it has done nothing to help in this war, that it has done nothing against Iran. And in fact, we've seen that the Swedish Chief of Defense, General Klassen, had also reacted to what Trump has been saying all along. He was speaking to American media, and he's saying that Russia is benefiting from the global focus on Middle East as it continues its war in Ukraine. So every leader, Major General G.D. Bakshi, a defense expert, joins us on the broadcast for more. General Bakshi, well, this is Donald Trump once again is so frustrated that NATO is not getting involved. Nobody is getting involved in this war. And now he says that while America does not need anything, but it will remember this time.
He can give all the threats that he wants. He wants to insult every single leader of Europe, Japan, personally insult them, humiliate them, and then he expects that they will, line up behind him when his own navy has taken a kicking. The Gerald Ford is limping out of that area. So is the Abraham Lincoln. He wants the NATO's nations to put their ships and get their sailors killed for a war he started without asking them. I think there is a limit to what people can lump. And there are only some stupid people inside India who want to hail Donald Trump as the future Führer, dictator or whatever. And the rest of the world is all realizing, our government has realized that this man is most unreliable, he's most untrustworthy, and we should not let go of tried, tested friends like Russia just to suckle up to Donald Trump.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Many thanks, General Bakshi, for joining us with your reaction to this development coming in. So NATO has done nothing. He's ripping into NATO once again, as they have not really we have seen that he has not given in to their demands. Ishita joins us on the broadcast from the newsroom for more. Ishita, tell us more details about how Donald Trump has been time and again attacking NATO. What has been the NATO stand? If you could just elaborate on that.
Right, of course. We've seen ever since Donald Trump took over his second presidency, he's been ranting about NATO nations, just banking on the shoulders of United States. He's been after these nations to increase their defense expenditure as well. And in this war, which Trump started without consulting his allies in the NATO, he's now asked them to come and build a coalition to secure the Strait of Hormuz. But we had seen that none of the NATO nations actually committed to building this coalition. And now he's come out and said, again, continuing with his rant about NATO nations, saying that they have nothing to offer. And United States at this point does not need anything from NATO nations. Now we have seen that Trump wanted to convert this war that Israel and the US started against Iran into a war for Europe. He wanted European allies from the NATO nations to join in to help secure the uranium enrichment from Iran and to exactly stop the aggression from Iranian side. But we had seen that none of the NATO nations came forward. They basically said that they were not consulted without this when this war was started, and therefore they will not be joining in efforts. They refused to send in their warships to secure the Strait of Hormuz, and now the rant from the US President continuing as well. He says that United States at this point does not need anything from NATO.
Right. Many thanks, Ishita, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, we shift our focus to what's happening as far as the Indian vessels are concerned. Now, Jag Vasant is expected to dock at Vadinar port at around 9 p.m. today. It's carrying LPG and two Indian flagged vessels, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, have passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So, Indian tanker Jag Vasant is expected to dock tonight. So that's, of course, sort of a relief that is coming in for India that's battling the LPG crisis. And one of the two tankers that have already passed the Strait of Hormuz will be reaching India today. And two of the Indian LPG tankers, Pine Gas and Jag Vasant, they have crossed Hormuz. Jag Vasant will be docking today. And that's, of course, a good. We've also showed you those visuals that have come in from the waters, and this is relief coming in, at least some bit, as you understand that one vessel carrying LPG has is en route and is approaching our coast, is approaching our port, and at the Vadinar port it will be docking tonight around 9 p.m. And talking about the other one, that's also expected to, Pine Gas vessel is expected to reach India very, very soon. Both have passed through the Strait of Hormuz successfully. So this is, of course, there are many more who are still at the Strait of Hormuz, but we've seen in the past 2 weeks, slowly and steadily, the carriers are coming. The Navy is escorting these two LPG tankers, and one of them will be reaching the Indian port of Vadinar today. Swarali is joining us live on the broadcast. For more, Swarali, tell us more details. When are we expecting Jag Vasant? What is their carriage capacity? Tell us more details.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, two Indian flag carriers passed the Strait of Hormuz roundabout Monday morning, and Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, let me tell you, Jag Vasant is expected to dock at Vadinar port around about 9 p.m. today, and it is carrying more than 45,000 metric tons of LPG. If we talk about both the carriers, they are carrying more than 92,700 metric tons of LPG gas. Back in the country, we know that there has been a crisis-like situation. But before this, Shivalik and Nanda Devi also docked at the various Indian ports. On the other hand, Jag Ladki also came with the crude oil, and now these are two more ships or containers which are expected to be docked. If we talk about Pine Gas, it is expected to dock at the in the southern port around 27th to 28th of March. And let me tell you, both the ships were held back for 2 days because of the heavy shelling in the region and the conflict that has risen between Iran and Israel. But finally, they have crossed Strait of Hormuz and are expected to be in India.
What Zelensky is saying right now.
Went to North Korea, one of the world's darkest symbols of oppression. It sends a clear message to the entire region. And our nations are also dealing with the consequences of a deep crisis in the Middle East and the Gulf. Even if the war there ends soon, much will still need to be done to ensure stable supplies of critical resources from that region. All of this, and especially the brutality of Russia's war against Ukraine, pushes each of us to act more. And thank you for this kind of cooperation. Ukraine has now offered the countries of the Middle East and the Gulf long-term cooperation to protect their skies. They have strong financial resources and experience in dealing with ballistic threats, but they need our expertise in countering drones. This includes all types of drones. Shahid, drones which cause serious damage to infrastructure, and FPV drones, which are now used for targeted attacks on military bases and equipment in the region. The first agreements have already been prepared by our teams. Ukraine had the world's strongest experience in using drones. We offer the Middle East and Gulf countries a partnership that benefits both sides, our knowledge and technology and their funding. And we are working to make this happen. Our contribution to security in that region will also be a real contribution to global security. This matters because energy security and the cost of living, particularly in Europe, depends on their oil, gas, and other resources and stable global markets. And I believe that in Europe we need to build more close cooperation between Ukraine, your countries, and all European nations to ensure real protection on land, in the air, and at sea. The key is not only producing new weapons, especially drones, not just technology, but also real experience in using it and integrating it with radars, aviation, and other air defense systems. We have this experience. Together, we have a strong industrial base. You have financial capacity. Let's bring all of this together even more. And I'm grateful to every country we already have clear agreements with on joint production. We should work so that with all JEF countries, we build a real production alliance. And I'm grateful for the enhanced partnership status for Ukraine received in Oslo. The status already opens the door to practical cooperation, like taking part in the terrorism exercise. We are ready to move forward, bringing our experience and capabilities to make the JEF community even stronger. And our goal is simple and clear. Ukraine is ready to become a full-fledged member of the JEF. And thank those who work closely with us across the military, defense ministries, and special services. We need to come together and strengthen our shared experience so we can be strong in every area, protecting lives, infrastructure, energy, the seas, and cyberspace. And I believe we can do this. I believe that a free Europe will prevail over all who threaten us. And of course, air defense is a top priority. In Europe, we must have full capacity to produce all types of air defense systems and the missiles for them. This includes protection against drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic threats. And we cannot rely on other partners' industries. We must be confident in our own industry here in Europe. Please, let's keep moving this work forward and speed it up. And while we are building this capacity, please remember that we need protection from Russian missiles every single day. And I'm grateful to those of you who actively support us through the Pearl program. It's critically important. And one more point. Oil and gas markets are very, very uncertain now. But we must not let Russia take advantage of this. We all know that for Russia, money from oil and gas means more time for war. Putin turns every dollar he earns in.
All right, we have some breaking news coming right now. Update coming in as far as the Prime Minister's meeting tomorrow with the Chief Ministers is concerned. We are getting to know that this meeting will be taking place through video conferencing on the West Asia war to review preparedness and planning of the states. The meeting will be focusing on ensuring synergy of efforts in the spirit of Team India. This is what the Prime Minister said even day before when he was addressing Rajya Sabha, urging that Team India has to fight through this battle. And this is a virtual meeting, and the Chief Ministers of States that are going for elections will be not taking part because of the code of conduct in place. So the Prime Minister is all set to hold a meeting tomorrow around 6:30 p.m. in the evening. It is going to be a virtual meeting, video conferencing, and he will take stock of this situation, how all the states are prepared. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the broadcast. For more, Abhishek, tell us more details about this meeting, as the Prime Minister has been even in the Parliament urging that Team India needs to work together and fight through the crisis.
Well, you are right. In fact, Prime Minister has been underscoring the seriousness of the situation, the fact that he made a statement separately in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and the import of both the statements was that we have to tighten our belts, so to say, and prepare for a situation which might, spiral down from here on. Because if anything, the war is not showing any signs of winding down, and it might escalate even further. And even if it does not, even if it just stays in this kind of stalemate situation, with both sides hitting each other with 20 drones a day, the kind of disruptions in supplies that have taken place already, and the kind of stoppage of production of fuels in West Asia that has taken place already, the destruction of energy infrastructure that has taken place already, is going to have long-lasting impact. So the Prime Minister wants the nation to be prepared. He sort of hinted at it in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha messages. There has been an all-party meeting in which we are told that all opposition leaders were taken on board, and now Prime Minister would be speaking to all the chief ministers. I mean, it almost eerily sounds similar to what happened during the pandemic, when the Prime Minister really prepared everyone for what was coming. So I think he's preparing everyone for what was coming, what is coming rather. There is going to be a video conference of all the chief ministers tomorrow, and the Team India, as Prime Minister calls it, himself, the cabinet and the chief ministers, they would deliberate on how to tide over this crisis. And then, of course, a caveat that the election-going states, their chief ministers, because the model code of conduct would not be part of it, the chief secretary would be spoken to separately by the cabinet secretary.
Okay. Just stay on with us, Abhishek. While we continue to track how India is grappling with the crisis, we have updates coming in as far as the negotiations that we do not know where they stand. But Trump continues to give an update. He continues to make claims about what the Iranians are doing. And Trump now in the latest says, and I quote, the Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to deal. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong, he says in capitals. They better get serious soon before it is too late, because once that happens, there is, again in capitals, no turning back, and it won't be pretty. President DJT, unquote. Abhishek, well, Donald Trump now again repeats that Iran is, quote unquote, begging to make a deal, but they claim otherwise. And now he says that it could be really, really worse, and it calls them strange for a reason.
Well, this again underscores what we have been maintaining at Republic, Rakshita, that the ceasefire is a hoax, that President Trump announced it on the spur, or not on the spur, actually aimed at, calming the nerves of his, capitalist, oligo-capitalist friends. And maybe there is something more building up, because the Iranians are not on board. The Israelis have clearly said that they are not part of this dialogue. And it seems we are looking at the possibility of more military action after the ceasefire, or the theoretical ceasefire ends, because practically on the ground nothing changed, and each side continued to hit at the energy infrastructure of the other side. So I think what we are seeing is President Trump is desperately looking for an off-ramp, as the Americans call it. He has offered a 15-point proposal. The Iranians have rejected it, come out with a counter-proposal. So it's in a limbo, and President Trump, I think, has run out of ideas. So if you run out of ideas, then perhaps the best possible military option might be to scale it up even further and prove that, okay, fine, we destroyed everything, and then come out of it. So I think we are dangerously close to escalation in West Asia, irrespective of all the ceasefire talks, and President Trump's latest outing through his post is an indication of that.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. So we continue to track each and every update that is coming in from the war in West Asia, the happenings at war zone, and the impact across the globe. Now, we slip into a very, very short break, but on the other side, we get to how reports are suggesting that Iran's Navy chief, Tangsiri, has been killed in Bandar Abbas amid the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से
absolutely sure sign that Trump has got it all wrong. There is an unbridgeable gap between the United States and Iran. And out of fatigue, if nothing else, they're going to give in. Everything is about making money on the stock markets. It doesn't look to me like there's any de-escalation or ceasefire plan right now. Trump has spared targeting the Kharg Island, from where Iran exports 90% of this oil. Is this military buildup aimed at trying to take Kharg Island? Even Iran is strongly suspecting a possible military ground intervention by America, maybe for Kharg Island. Is that the military surprise that Trump was planning? Trust me, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, as the war comes about to 30 days, Donald Trump seems to be losing patience. He now says that negotiators on the other side better get serious, otherwise there will be no turning point from this. We'll get you all the details on this, a latest warning issued by the US President. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Pre-poll violence in Bengal's South 24 Parganas. Several BJP workers injured after attack on a rally. BJP alleges TMC behind the attack. DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of the aircraft examined. Recommends setting up an independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety review and file a report. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast case, claims a deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links need to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old boy who was booked in a non-bailable offence after ramming a speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Reports say IRGC Navy Chief Tangsiri killed in Bandar Abbas amidst the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, as Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked for several nations, Indian vessels have now been given a green light, and another vessel, that's vessel Apollo Ocean, has now reached New Mangalore port just last night around 8 p.m. and is currently in the process of unloading operations. According to sources, the ship transported approximately 26,000 metric tons of LPG to the New Mangalore port. Officials are now expecting to begin unloading operations soon. This comes amid the ongoing conflict in West Asia. Another LPG carrier has now reached the Indian port. This one is in fact at Mangaluru port. All right, viewers, my colleague Sri Lakshmi now joins me with more details on this. Sri Lakshmi, what details do we have about this new vessel, new LPG carrier that's now arrived at New Mangaluru port?
Well, according to sources, the ship Apollo Ocean has transported approximately 26,000 metric tons of LPG to the Mangaluru port, and hoteliers here in Karnataka are hoping that this may ease out the LPG problem, current LPG problem which is going on. And there's a huge amount of demand for cylinders on everyday basis, and around 20,000 hotels have been closed all over the state due to this LPG problem. Now they are slowly reopening the hotels and giving the services. this is the second ship that is carrying LPG to Mangaluru port. First ship was Aqua Titan, which has carried a huge number of LPG. And we can remember that there was a ship called Shivalik, which had reached Gujarat port. And through that ship, now the LPG has been transported to Mangaluru port. And it is said that there are two more tankers which are coming to Mangaluru, which will also carry LPG. And when do these two more ships reach Mangaluru is yet to be known. Now, people of Karnataka, both in domestic cylinders as well as commercial cylinders, they're hoping that the LPG problem gets solved soon, since we are receiving huge number of LPG. Back to studio.
Right, Sri Lakshmi, now there was a petroleum briefing yesterday, interministerial briefing, in which the government said about 5 more ships are expected to be docking in the coming few days. Any details about their timeline, or could we be expecting them, and what kind of, like, how much LPG are they carrying?
As of now, no exact details are available regarding when do these ships are going to reach. It is said that they have crossed Hormuz safely with the support of our Navy, but it definitely takes time, a week's time, at least a week's time to reach Mumbai port, and from there, it is also not known whether it is to Gujarat port or Mumbai port. From there, the LPG has to be transformed into another ships, and those sub-ships will carry it to Mangaluru port, and only after that, only after a week or 10 days, we will receive more LPG, which is going to ease out the LPG demand problem here in Karnataka. Back to studio.
All right, Sri Lakshmi, thank you so much for joining us and giving us those latest details about another LPG carrier now docking at Mangaluru port. Now, viewers, shifting focus. According to Defense Department officials on Tuesday, the Pentagon has ordered roughly 2,000 soldiers from Army's 82nd Airborne Division to start traveling to Middle East in order to provide President Trump more military choices while he considers a fresh diplomatic approach with Iran. Now, this division's immediate response force, a brigade of roughly about 3,000 soldiers that could deploy anywhere in the world in 18 hours, would provide the fighting forces the rapid response on ground. Now, the officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the operational concerns also stated that deployment here consists of about 2 battalions, each with over 800 soldiers, as well as Major General Brandon and the division commander, along with dozens of his staff. Now, viewers, according to officials, more soldiers might also be dispatched in the coming few days. This as now U.S. is mulling over several options with regard to ground invasion. Take a look at this report.
Mr. President, in Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm really not afraid of anything.
Mr. President,
It's better, stronger, and our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good? Short-term. Short-term. Thank you. They're great. You know, we all together.
You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. I mean, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought.
Do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price.
I guess I am most
concerned about the threat to American lives of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here. And
And it remains unclear if this is just another pressure tactic by the Trump administration, as already it has called up the 82nd Airborne. That division would be key in launching attacks on airfields or potentially islands in the Persian Gulf. Already there's been discussions about the United States potentially seizing Karg Island, which is Iran's main oil terminal in the Persian Gulf, or taking islands nearer to the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which about 20% of all natural gas and oil once transited before the war.
So
I'll be voting against the funding if we're putting troops on the ground. I'm not going to fund that.
Okay.
Yeah, no U.S. troops.
Do you think that the ongoing war makes us more vulnerable to an infrastructure attack? Are you concerned about that?
I'm just concerned about a lot of things. I mean, Hezbollah is here. I mean, the enemy isn't flying in on planes from Tehran. They're already here.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it.
I hope that wisdom prevailed and diplomacy prevails on the other side. They understand that those who drag them into this war can drag them into also a quagmire for them. Look, even suggesting that a foreign country can put boots on the ground of another country, invade another country, occupy the land of another country is something very much rogue, very reckless, illegal, and against all international law. There is no mandate for Americans to do that, and they are doing this because they are so drunk of power. They think that they can do whatever they want. Now we are focusing on defending our territorial integrity and our national sovereignty. Anything that can distract us from this heroic nationalist defense is not an option for now. Those who started this aggression, those who started this war of choice, those who started to invade Iran, they have to decide to stop this illegal, reckless, rogue behavior. We are defending our country. You just go and see what happened during the 8 years of imposed war on Iran by Saddam Hussein, just sponsored by all petrodollars from the region and Americans and all Western countries. The history tells you what is happening. Iranians are the oldest living continuous civilization on earth. Iran has always stood up tall. And we are going to do the same by defending heroically. This is a nationalist defense for us, and we have no option just to push back and hit back aggressors and those who started this war of aggression. I'm not in the business of speculations. You know that. We are just working by facts. He's healthy, he's in charge, and he's doing whatever is supposed to be done by him. I think that they have to think twice when they are thinking about Iran. They shouldn't take advice from those who are not knowing Iran, who wanted for decades to win a war against Iran with American taxpayers and American soldiers' blood. Netanyahu and the Israeli regime has its own agenda of making this war a win for them in the expense of everybody.
We're nearly 4 weeks into the war with Iran, and about 6 in 10 U.S. adults say that U.S. military action in the country has gone too far, according to a new AP North poll. At the same time, 45% of U.S. adults now say they are extremely or very concerned about being able to afford gas in the next few months. That's up from 30% in December 2024, shortly after Trump got elected, on promises that he was going to fix the U.S. economy. But now, 67% of U.S. adults say it's extremely or very important that the U.S. keeps oil and gas prices from rising at home.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. This is an honor, a tremendous honor. I brought some of our, and I could just say that the economy, I believe, is going to be very strong. We do have to solve some problems. We have wars going on that we didn't have. We have a lot of things happening that we didn't have that would have never happened.
America's #1 vid.
Similarly, 65% of U.S. adults say it's extremely or very important for the U.S. to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. But other goals of the war get a little bit less support. Only about 4 in 10 say it's extremely or very important to prevent Iran from attacking Israel, and only about 1/3 say that about replacing Iran's government with one that's more friendly to U.S. interests.
Now, here's another case of reckless driving leading to loss of life has now been reported from Kalyan. In this case, a minor boy, a 17-year-old boy, rammed his speeding vehicle into a cyclist, a 42-year-old businessman, killing him on the spot. And now, in this case, fresh developments have come to light. Republic, in fact, has accessed the video of the car which was involved in this very accident. Now, remember, it was a minor behind the wheel, a 17-year-old boy, and the video is, in fact, on your screen, who was driving recklessly, and then he lost the control of his vehicle, eventually slamming into the cyclist, a 42-year-old businessman who lost his life. In fact, we also have a ground reporter by my colleague Meenakshi on this. Let's take a look.
A shocking accident happened at Ring Road in Kalyan, and this accident happened by this car. Now I'm showing you this car is a Hyundai i20 car, and the number is MH05FV4007, and this car is owned by Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and she's the mother of the accused, and she is also the main accused in this case, because we know police confirmed us that she knew about all the incident, and she gave permission to her son to take the car out, and the boy, who is 17 years old, he drove the car, and you can see the impact of the accident. That night, that boy, including 2 friends, he drove the car, and this incident happened on Tuesday, and the impact was so severe that the cyclist was flung into the air as the vehicle sped away. And we can show you the cycle also. This is the cycle, and you can see the impact of this accident is so severe. You can see the the wheel of this cycle, the back wheel of cycle, it was totally damaged for this accident, and that businessman Srinivas killed in this accident. And after that, the minor driver fled to the scene and went into hiding, but was traced later and arrested in the next evening. This is the car which is rammed into the businessman as he cycled on a section of Kalyan ring road, and this is the impact. You can observe the impact of this accident, how the glasses of the car, actually you can see the impact, how it's damaged, and its left side totally damaged. That boy with his two friends, the boy was driving the car, and one friend sit with him in this seat, and the another friend sits in behind. So this is the situation of the car, and you can observe and you can see the how this accident happened and how damaged the car is.
All right, my colleague Meenakshi has been closely tracking this story, now joins me from outside Kalyan, a police station. Meenakshi, do tell us, where are we headed with the investigation? Has anyone been detained in this case so far?
As per investigation is concerned, we are getting information, and also the senior PI of this police station informed us that that boy who is the accused in this case, he was arrested in the next day, it means Wednesday evening, and the mother of the accused, she is wanted accused, and she is the main accused. Why? She knew about his boy's driving, and she gave permission to his boy to take the car out, and the boy, after arrest, he confirmed to the police that he took permission from his mother, who is the who owned the car. And you have already you have seen the that car Hyundai i20 which rammed into the businessman and is caused a businessman death. So now the situation is that police is investigating about his mother. Now senior PI of this police station informed us that they got information about his mother. She is suffering from breathlessness, and that's why she was hospitalized. But they are saying, police is saying, they are focusing in this case, and they are about to go to his mother, and they may arrest his mother, because in the FIR the police have mentioned his mother as a main accused. So after that his mother is in main key point and main accused in this case. Police investigation is going on, and now his mother, the accused mother, is the
all
main
right,
concern
all
of
right,
police.
Meenakshi. So mother has also now been named as an accused in the FIR along with the minor. That's the latest we're picking up. Thank you, Meenakshi, for joining us. And now, viewers, Republic also spoke to a senior police inspector on this incident. Let's take a listen.
24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे के सुमारास जो सक्सेना लॉन्स है, उधर से एक तांदड़े नाम का व्यक्ति साइकिल पे एक्सरसाइज करने जा रहा था। पीछे से एक कार आके उसको उड़ाई थी, और उधर से वो ब्लीडिंग ज़्यादा होने से वो गुज़र गया। और जब हमने उसके मालूमात निकाला CCTVs एंड इन्फॉर्मर्स के तहत, तो गाड़ी का नंबर मिल गया। इट वाज I-20 कार, और जो I-20 कार थी वो पांडे नाम की महिला के नाम पे था, और ये जो गाड़ी चला रहा था वो जुवेनाइल था। उसका उम्र 16 साल 8 महीने थे, और उसको हमने कल शाम में ढूंढ के निकाला है। उसको जुवेनाइल बोर्ड में भेजा है, उसको रिमांड होम में, और आज जुवेनाइल बोर्ड के सामने पेश किया जा रहा है। और जो गाड़ी थी और गाड़ी जिसके नाम पे थी, उसकी मां को भी ये केस में वांटेड एक्यूज बताया गया है। उसको हम जल्दी अरेस्ट करेंगे।
Now we are shifting focus to West Bengal, and now CEC has spoken to CEO of West Bengal over the Basanti clash that took place where several BJP workers have now been attacked by TMC supporters. CEC also inquired about why adequate personnel were not deployed and what action has now been initiated from their side till now. Now, CEO West Bengal has sought a detailed report on this Basanti incident from, in fact, DG on this case, and now viewers, we're looking at Election Commission also intervening as the incidents of a pre-poll violence are now increasing in the state of West Bengal. It is set to go to election on 23rd and 29th of April in 2 phases, and the results are expected on 4th of May. But ever since the election dates have been announced, we are looking at more and more violent incidents are now being reported. My colleague Harsha now joins me with more details on this. Harsha, it seems that as violence is now escalating in the state of West Bengal, Election Commission itself intervening and asking for more details and asking questions of why there was not adequate security deployment on the ground.
Yes, Gesu, and also to tell you that the model code of conduct is already in force in the state on all the 5 states wherever the elections are scheduled to happen on 9th April and respectively on 23rd and 29th in the state of West Bengal. But what we hear so far is that today after the Basanti clash, what happened in the rally of the BJP candidate, after that the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar himself called the CEO of West Bengal and also inquired about what action has been taken, because after MCC there were the security personnel who was supposed to be deployed at different vantages and sectors in the pockets of the West Bengal. And today, as we very well know, there is a Ram Navami and several places Shobha Yatra was also scheduled to happen. And keeping in mind, it was told to the CEC by the CEO of West Bengal that 5,000 security personnel were deployed. But what we saw today is that there was no CRPF forces, only there were limited number of the security local police officials deployed there. And in presence of those police officials, this entire clash broke out between TMC and BJP. And what we have got to know is that after CEC dialed to Manoj Agarwal, who is the CEO of West Bengal, after that CEO immediately has called DG Siddhinath Gupta and also have stated that he wants an entire report on the lack of the police officials deployed there at the vantages in the Basanti area when the BJP candidate was doing rally. And also he has seeked for a report and how many arrests have taken so far and how many are yet to happen, because we can't forget that the miscreants and the disturbing elements were huge in number. It is being stated that they were TMC supporters who did the clash, who actually interfered in between the rally when it was being taken out by the Vikas Sunu, who was a BJP candidate from Basanti area. And during that time only, this entire incident transpired. The 8 arrests so far has taken place in this incident, but more has yet to take place. But the DG Siddhinath Gupta will be giving the entire report to the State Election Commission office, and after that only the CEC will get to know the entire report of exactly what transpired, even after the MCC was in force in the state of West Bengal, because the CC has been stating that this election has to be violence-free, intimidation-free. There has to be no sense of fear amongst these citizens. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thanks so much for joining us and giving us the latest on these developments from West Bengal. And now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, Donald Trump now loses patience with allies, hits out at NATO, saying US does not need NATO's help in the war against Iran.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है।
Evening on 6 Stories at 6. Even as Donald Trump says truce talks are on, boots on ground seems to be a close possibility, with 7,000 Marines and US soldiers now inching closer to West Asia. What does this mean for the war going forward?
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. In the next 25 minutes, we're going to tell you all the latest that's coming in from the war zone in West.